Good evening, and we are live from the center of the universe, downtown Toronto at SportChek at Maple Leaf Square. Adam Wilde and Jesse Blake with SDPN here with you tonight. Jesse, are you excited? It's Game 4 between the Leafs and Senators at the Canadian Tire Center. Are you starting a little nervous?
What do you mean, am I excited? Like, do I have to get up for this? Like, no, you wake up excited. It's Game 4, chance to sweep. I don't know. Like, how do you not be excited for today?
I agree with you. I am pumped. I've been edgy all day. It's why I didn't want to sit at the desk. I wanted to stand at the desk because I can't sit down. I want to shout out some people in our audience today. Elizabeth, Chloe, and Brooke joining us, which is awesome. They're down here for the live stream. Obviously, behind me, Maple Leaf Square is already going off. It's been loud. They've been playing Party Rock Anthem, and it's going to be a really interesting night. And this is... Before we get into the game, this is the first time since 2001 that the Leafs could maybe sweep a series. Now, I do want to say that SportChek is your destination to gear up this playoff season. You can get your jerseys crested here, which we have. Plus, you can buy a whole bunch of merch there. I see a Four Nations Sasha Barkov jersey sitting on clearance. I think you should maybe come by pick that up, huh? Now, Jesse.
Yes.
Heading into this game, I think there will be three main storylines. And the first one's got to be, can they? Can they?
That's the question? Can they?
Yeah, I'm not even going to say who they is. I think you should know.
I think winning 4 straight games is difficult against any opponent in any world. Do I believe the Leafs will close out this series eventually? Yes. Do I think they're going to do it tonight? I'm unsure.
You're unsure.
But I think this series is all good and done based on how they've played the first 3. Like, you never want to get ahead of yourself. Like, the guys in the locker room are just like, it's another game, it's another day. You go out and you get each one. But I don't know. Even if they drop tonight, there shouldn't be any lack of confidence in this team.
Right. Hey, ladies, what do you guys think? Is this series over tonight? What do you think? Yell. Better be. You have to yell louder than that. Better be. I don't know if you guys heard that on the stream. James Scaresbrook says Jesse's such a politician.
What does that mean?
I think it means that he thinks you're sitting on the fence. He wanted Stephen A. Smith. Are you in or are you out, Jesse Blake?
I think my opinions on hockey matters are pretty objective. Like, I feel like even though I'm rooting for the team that's behind me there, I feel like I'm pretty down the line on my opinions. Mm-hmm. So I feel like that's fair what I said.
Now, for everybody asking, Steve's watch-along is going to start at 7 o'clock tonight, so we'll hand it off to him at that point, and we're looking forward to that. He's just getting warmed up and probably gargling salt water and that sort of thing, anything to keep his voice going, which is, it's been funny. Like, he's talking about how his voice is going. Mine's been going a little bit too, Jess. Are you hanging in there?
No, like, my voice is good.
Is it good?
Yeah. No, you want me to scream and get loud? Show you how good my voice is!
That's really loud, man. You just broke some computer speakers. All right, number 2. Nick Cousins fined $25,000. Well, the Senators were fined $25,000. Nick was fined like $2,000 for lobbing pucks down the ice or lobbing pucks to the side to get at Anthony Stolarz. Now, they are friends from the Cup-winning team last year, the Florida Panthers, obviously. So it didn't seem like that big of a deal. But the NHL sure saw it that way. Nick, in the dressing room today, kind of shrugged it off and said, it hasn't even come up. Nobody's even talking about it. Did you think it was a little bit harsh, a bit of an overreaction by the NHL?
I thought it was completely ridiculous.
Okay.
Like, I've never seen the team get punished for an on-ice incident. When a player is suspended, like Brandon Hagel was suspended a game, they did not then fine the Tampa Bay Lightning for Hagel's hit on Barkov. It's odd to me that because it happened in warm-ups, they say, like, okay, this is outside of the game of hockey and that the team is also responsible, but this is an individual player messing up an individual thing, breaking the rules in that respect. I don't think they should have been fined $25,000 at all. I think Hagel should have got his fine, but no reason to punish Michael Andlauer.
Do you think maybe the punishment should have been another first-round pick?
Yes. Okay. No, it should have been. Yeah, they should have lost all their first-round picks.
It did seem odd, even from like a Leafs perspective. I was like, that is weird. Like, we all watched Brad Marchand lick a guy, and then the NHL called the Bruins and was like, you got to tell him to stop, otherwise we might do something. That licking somebody, to me, that's way worse. But I guess the NHL takes this very seriously because they are concerned about some sort of fight breaking out pregame. Let's say, Ryan Reeves all of a sudden takes takes pregame. Oh, you can see the goal stuff going off behind me. Let's say Ryan Reeves, takes pregame and starts a fight with somebody, something like that. I don't think they want any pregame brawls.
But I feel like the fine to Cousins there would have been the message. I feel like Gary and all of them coming out being like, don't do this. Everybody, here's the memo. Nick Cousins got fined. That's enough deterrent for everybody in the league.
Yeah, I think
these
so.
guys being buddies and him firing pucks at him, and then you say, don't do that, tisk, tisk, that's enough. You don't have to then fine the Ottawa Senators. That was it's really weird. And Adam, I don't know if you looked at it this way, but I did, because of all the things the NHL to get up in arms for all the incidents that we've had with hockey players and bad PR.
Yep.
And this is the thing.
Yep.
They launched an investigation that's then solved within like 12 hours.
I've seen Pietrangelo break guys' arms with a stick, right? And get a game. I don't get it. Ottawa fans, if you're upset about it, I'm not upset about it, but I also don't understand it. I guess the NHL really takes that seriously. What their priorities are, it's just always really interesting. But we'll move on to point number 3 going into tonight. Jesse, there have been 18 power plays this series in 3 games. 3 games, 18 power plays. That does not include any majors or anything like that, misconducts, whatever. Is this the game where the whistles start to go away? Because we see this every year. Game 1s are always goofy. It's a weird score. It's a weird amount of penalties. And then as the series progresses, it should be, in theory, a little bit less, a little bit less, a little bit less. Not in this series yet. What do you think?
I honestly think tonight might get chippy if it looks like the Leafs are going to sweep, and then we get a whole bunch of power play opportunities like we had early on in the series. I don't know if this series is deep enough to warrant the referees putting away their whistles, because they usually do it when the series is tight, right? We got a 3-2 series or a 3-3, it's going to game 7, and the referees don't want to get in the middle of the play. But because it's been so lopsided at the end of the scoreboard, where the Leafs have won all 3 games, I think the referees keep up what they've been doing, and that's been kind of calling everything.
Yes, 100%. 100%. So I am very curious about this. I guess they're going to be tight tonight, according to Jesse Blake. I was hoping maybe not. Now, if you're waiting for Steve Dangle on the watch along, I do want to remind you that he will be on at 7 o'clock tonight. He and Drew Livingston are going to take you through the entire game from home. And the whole thing's brought to you by SportChek, which we are at SportChek at Maple Leaf Square tonight. Now, I want to run you through something. Tonight, Leafs sends Game 4, Canadian Tire Center. If the Leafs win tonight, it'll be their first playoff sweep since 2001, which was also against the Ottawa Senators. If the Senators win tonight, it will be their first win in the playoffs at home and otherwise since the conference final in 2017 when they were taking on Pittsburgh. And there is a link between all 3 of those teams, Toronto, Pittsburgh, and Ottawa, and that's Matt Murray. Kind of a small world in the NHL. Matt Murray's still of the Leafs organization. Does it matter that I'm bringing this up? Not really. I just thought that was interesting.
Are the Marlies doing all right? I haven't checked in yet.
I can Google that right now.
No, let me know.
Haven't the slightest.
How the Marlies are doing.
It looks like they got a game today against the Monsters, and it has started and it's in progress. So the problem with the AHL website is it doesn't live update the score the way the NHL one does. So hopefully one day they get that for us, because I can't tell you what the score is now. I can. I actually can. I have no idea.
Excellent stuff.
Around the league, yesterday we had 3 2-0 series, and today we had another 2-0 series. So the series were LA up 2-0, Carolina up 2-0, Washington up 2-0, and Florida up 2-0. All of those teams lost. And we're going to go through these games because it's been a crazy 24 hours of hockey. If you miss, first round, Steve always says, is sort of like a bunch of car crashes happening at once. Demolition Derby. We'll start with Edmonton and Los Angeles. And Calvin Pickard gets the start for Edmonton. Stuart Skinner is out. Everybody going into this game is talking about the fact that Edmonton needs saves. And the interesting part is, I guess they got them, but they still allowed 4 goals. It was enough. Yeah. It was enough.
Well, that whole game rests on Mr. Hiller's shoulders.
Well, we're going to get, we're coming to him.
That's, for me, that's the beginning of the end of the game. I don't know if you want to break that down.
Oh, totally. I'm going right into it now. So here's the deal. Game is tied 4-4. And it is the third period. And the second period, and it is considered the worst challenge ever. It is the third period, excuse me. Evander Kane scores his first goal of the playoffs. Now, they review this play because it looks like he's in the crease and potentially might be kicking it. But what we find out when you slow it down is that he kicked it to himself and then he shoveled the puck underneath Darcy Kemper. It's a good goal. To the shock of everybody, Jesse, Jim Hiller, coach of the Los Angeles Kings, goes, no, I'm challenging for goaltender interference. And I got to ask you, when you saw that moment, did you think he might have a chance? Because I was trying to look at that and go, okay, I'm struggling here with this, and I don't know game to game what goaltender interference is even going to look like. So is it a smart play to do that? Did Jim Hiller just take a risk, or was he caught up in the moment? And again, like I said, people are calling this the worst challenge in NHL playoff history.
It honestly might have cost them the series. Because now Edmonton, instead of being down 3-0, is in this series again with the series at 2-1 for the Kings. And I was screaming at my TV. What time was it? It was like 1:10 in the morning because of the West Coast start. And I was screaming at my TV when he decided to challenge it, and he took a timeout to think about it and everything. And I was like, this isn't going to go well, because I could see through the replays that it wasn't goalie interference, and everybody watching could see it. And I don't know what the video review staff of the Kings saw on there, but even if they did think that it was goalie interference, the risk wasn't worth it. Right. Because in the end, if you lose this, you're giving Edmonton that power play. And right then in that game, in the third period, they had all of the momentum, and it carried over to that power play where they scored shortly after they got it. It wasn't worth it. Even if you thought you were right, you don't do it because the end result might be that Edmonton gets a power play, and that's what happened. And he cost them that game, I think, point blank.
Well, it's worth mentioning this was at 13-18. So really just 6-7 minutes left in the game. And at 13:28, so exactly 10 seconds in, they lose this challenge. Instantly, the Kings are shorthanded, and 10 seconds into the power play, the guy that we give a really hard time to on this show does what he's really good at. Evan Bouchard scores. He scores, and he scores a big goal. And Jesse, this wasn't like a Jake Chikrin shot last night against the Habs. This kind of saucered its way in, but it was a great shot. And a huge game-winning goal. Obviously, Connor McDavid and Connor Brown scored empty netters after him. But that Bouchard goal was massive.
Yeah, no, like if people listen to the Steve Dangle podcast, and we have this thing it's called Evan Bouchard Corner, where we break down plays where he's awful defensively, and because it happens so often, we have a lot of those segments.
Yes, yeah.
But the reason we have those segments is because he's so good at the other end.
Yes.
It's shocking that he can be so bad defensively, but so great offensively. And that play there where he scores and he becomes the first Oiler ever as a defenseman to have 2 goals on the power play in a game, which is insane that no other Oiler's ever done that, but first defenseman ever. So that skill that he displayed on that goal is the reason that he's a top, I'd say, 10 offensive defenseman in this league, and why when he has those defensive mistakes, you're like, you're so close from being a perfect defenseman, just get this side of the game right because you have that offensive ability. So all credit to him for scoring that really nice goal.
And I want to say it was his second power play goal of the night, and I loved going into this. I was like, oh, baby, this is a can't-miss game for one reason and one reason only, and it's the Evan Bouchard-John Klingberg pairing, which did not last. Did not last, but they did put them together, damn it, and I enjoyed that. Darnell Nurse and Evan Bouchard, I think, ended up most of the game together, and Wallman and Klingberg are back together as well. Listen, the Oilers could use Matthias Ekholm. They could use a comeback. That's a pretty good place to start. They got to find a way, though, to get it under 4 goals, 3 goals.
Yeah.
In the last 5 head-to-head matchups between the LA Kings and the Edmonton Oilers, and this is just April this year. All of these games happen in April of this year. The Kings have scored at minimum 3 goals. One time they scored 4. One time they scored 5, and twice they scored 6, and that was game 1 and 2 of these playoffs. What can Edmonton possibly do here to get that goal total down to 2 or 3 maybe?
I honestly think that they're probably not trying to do that anymore.
Okay.
Because we had this conversation on Friday's Steve Dangle podcast, and I was so perplexed at like how they could possibly win this series. And I was like, what are they going to do? Like score 7 goals each time to try and win these games? And then they go out, and that seems to be their strategy because they have so many holes defensively right now. I don't think they can stop being a leaky ship in terms of scoring goals. And the Kings are so fast. Like, if you watch this game, guys are beating every single Edmonton Oilers defenseman around the corner. They're just beating them down the side and to the net. And because the Kings know they can do this, I think they're going to be able to get their goals. And it's a matter of, can Edmonton each time outscore their problems and get just a couple saves from Pickard, which they did last game. Late in that game, he made a couple good saves, and that's all they needed.
And you know what? This happened last year, too, only it happened in the second round. The Oilers faced a big test with the Vancouver Canucks, which is hard to believe in retrospect, right, considering how their season this year went. But the Vancouver Canucks pushed them to 7 games, and there was a point in that series, Jess, where they pulled Skinner, and Pickard was in.
Yep.
And we thought, oh, boy, this is looking not great for the Oilers, and they won the series. And Pickard won the game, and Stuart Skinner's back in, and he ended up winning the series. Now, I'm looking at the Edmonton Oilers sort of lines now. And with Evander Kane back in the picture, it really does sort of complete things and make it look so much better on all 3 lines. Obviously, Evander scored. But when you've got Draisaitl, McDavid, Hyman, that's a automatic incredible. Podkolzin, Nugent Hopkins, Victor Arvidsson, and Victor Arvidsson coming on and being a little bit more healthy. He is to me, consummate playoff performer. I like that second line. The third line finally looks dangerous, and we saw goals from Connor Brown and Evander Kane last night.
Yep.
Let's talk about the effect that Evander Kane brings to this team when he's healthy.
Yeah, you get the bad and the good with Evander Kane. Like, he took a penalty last night. You never want that, but it's kind of expected with what he brings to the game. That's a level of physicality that they don't have from a lot of places in the top part of their lineup, because he spends time with McDavid out there. He spends time with Draisaitl because he is so versatile. Like, he's able to play in any of those roles, and you see him scoring that net front goal. That's exactly what you ask from him. And Evander Kane, like, off-ice problems aside, he has a tenacity on the ice that allows him to play great playoff hockey. And them sitting on him all season long to then just whip him out in the playoffs, it's kind of unfair.
Wow.
You know, you just get this advantage. But the NHL is looking into that stuff, and apparently it's all cool.
Hey, Jesse,
they look a lot better with him.
They didn't sit on him. He was hurt. All right? Nothing untoward going on here.
Nothing.
Trent Frederick still looks hurt. He is playing, but he looks hurt. If he becomes healthy, if there's something they could do about that ankle, Frederick Janmark, Corey Perry is a pretty ugly fourth line to go up against. And I wonder if the Kings are ready for that kind of tomfoolery. They do have kind of mean guys of their own, but assuming Frederick gets healthier, how do you match that?
Like, I've seen a lot of snarky tweets about how they got fleeced in the Frederick deal.
Yeah.
Like, they knew about the injuries and how broken down he can be, and they still traded for him. So I don't know. I'm not really sure how his effect on this series is going to be if he's hurt.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly. Well, I compare it to Mallet, Hellenius, and Lewis, and I think Edmonton might have the edge even in that department. Obviously, LA, I believe, we would give the edge in defense. All right.
Adam,
now,
I have an update for you.
What do you got?
Because I got a text from Robert Malloy, who works here at SDPN, that said, Marlies down 3-2 after 2.
Oh.
We were talking about the Marlies earlier in the stream. And then I got a text updating me from Justin Fisher, who says, Marlies Monsters tied 3-3 and going to overtime.
Let's go.
So there are your Marlies updates.
We are scoreboard watching. Go Marlies. Carolina and New Jersey faced off last night. New Jersey actually won.
Yep.
I don't think anybody was expecting that. Overtime winner too, Jess.
Yeah, no, one hell of a game. Like, I was so scared watching New Jersey in that OT because they dominated the overtime.
Yes.
But when you dominate and then you don't finish and you don't score and you don't get that last one, it usually leads to an opportunity for the other team to just get an ugly one.
Yes.
And it looked like all OT, Carolina was going to walk away with a win that they didn't deserve. And New Jersey came out and they finally got one past Frederik Andersen, which, Adam, you're going to love this. I think Frederik Andersen probably should have had that goal.
Yeah, well, I've seen that before. I've seen that movie. Simon Nemec with the goal, by the way, and that was in the second intermission with 2:36 on the clock. I mean, listen, New Jersey had this game first and third period goals, and really I think that they probably were hoping that they'd be able to hold that 2-1 lead at the end of the second. Do you think, I mean, with Luke Hughes out and, obviously Jack Hughes is out and there's so many injuries with the New Jersey Devils.
Yeah.
Is every win here a moral victory, or is there a window for them to actually come back and tie this series?
How dare you?
I'm just wondering.
How dare you, Adam Wild?
They did play the better game.
What is that?
I'm asking the question.
Oh, no. Are you like a closeted Islanders fan or a Rangers fan just taking shots at the Devils here? No, the Devils are in this. I think they can win this series. Like we saw last night, there is more fight in the Devils, even though they've had so many injuries, even though they're not missing even though they're missing some of their top guys. Like they have an ability to squeak out these wins because Carolina isn't a perfect team. No team is, and if they're in it, they got a shot. And if Markstrom's playing his best game, if Bratt's making plays like he was last night, like the Devils are 100% in this series, especially getting one at home.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that helps to have the crowds there. I think when Nico Hischier scored, it was I was doing my Montreal-Washington stream, and people were in the chat going, Nico! People were so excited. I think moving on from that game, I do want to talk about, and this was a great game, the Montreal-Washington game, which, to be honest with you, Jess, this series has been a little sleepy. There have been some good comebacks. There have been some good plays, but it really has been devoid of any sort of major storyline, right? It's big team, big first-place team beating up on little eighth-place team. And one of the things that we talked about on the last pregame show that is that Montreal was not really standing up for itself in the way that you needed. Josh Anderson had gotten into some people's faces, but Cole Caulfield had been bowled over and bullied by the Washington Capitals. Not this game. And one of the highlights, obviously, that we want to talk about, and both players were fined for this today, is the bench fight.
Yep.
Where Josh Anderson and Tom Wilson fell into the Capitals bench. Spencer Carberry was actually just waiting to get out on the ice because in the Bell Center, you got to walk across the ice to leave. And Spencer Carberry was getting ready for intermission and to leave, and you could see him when they fell onto the bench kind of back off and go, okay, those are two big human beings, and I want nothing to do with that. And they were so big that they kind of sucked the linesman in like it was undertow. Like they just pulled him right in. It was crazy. And I think it's sort of fascinating because first off, I don't think I've ever seen a bench fight like that.
No.
And it starts because Arbor Xhekaj and Tom Wilson are kind of going back and forth at it. And Josh Anderson kind of squeaks in and goes, no, we're going head to head. And so I want to know what your thoughts were in seeing that for the first time. I was literally in shock. I thought I was getting ready to throw to a clip. The period was over. And all of a sudden it was like, no, the camera's on they're on the bench.
It was so unbelievably old school.
Yeah.
Like, I don't remember the last time we had something spill over out of the ice into the areas where people aren't supposed to be fighting. Like, it felt like real old school hockey. And having Xhekaj there, like, I know he's not the one who was fighting Tom Wilson. It was Anderson. But, like, getting Xhekaj into the lineup and getting Laine out of there, and the reason that Laine is out is because injuries, but I think, like, also mentally he wasn't there fully to put his best performance on the ice.
Yep.
And a guy like Xhekaj, you're sacrificing the skill and everything that comes with playing Xhekaj in hockey games.
Yes.
But you're getting this extra factor where he's going to be a nuisance. He's going to get in these fights. He's going to be there to cause a ruckus. And I think that's so great for Montreal when they're at home, Bell Center's rocking, to gain the momentum that way with a huge brawl with Tom Wilson. Like, what a great, atmosphere for playoff hockey.
And it was rocking last night.
Yeah.
It was loud in the Bell Center, all 21,000 people. I think that's the biggest capacity in the entire NHL, and it was for sure sold out. Now, my question to you is, so if I score 3 goals in a hockey game, Jesse, what is it?
3 goals is a hat trick.
If I score a 4th goal, what is it then?
Not a hat trick.
Right.
Yeah.
So let's get technical here. Both benches were technically clear when this fight happened.
Yeah.
All of the players were on the ice. Some of the players spilled back off the ice onto the bench. Does this technically count as a bench clearing brawl?
Oh, I'm going to say no.
You're going to say no.
Because bench clearing brawls have technically been outlawed in the NHL because you get suspended if you leave your bench to fight.
Right.
So I think that we've technically seen the last of bench clearing brawls unless everybody who participates gets suspended.
Suspend an entire hockey team?
Yeah, which you might do if that happened. But I'd say no.
Okay.
I'm going to say no.
All right.
Where do you land?
Well, I thought about it. Like, I think you're right. I think you're right, but I want it to be the other way. I want it to be technically that. It's as close as we're going to get in the year 2025. That's just the way it is.
Do you want to welcome the guests that have entered? Yeah.
Hey, what's up, boys? What's your names?
I'm Ethan.
You're Ethan? What are you guys? What's that? Dylan, Ethan, Dylan, and Nate. Ethan, Dylan, and Nate have joined us. Guys, what are your predictions on the Leafs tonight? Are we going to get a win?
4-2.
4-2 Leafs. Okay, and you got 5-1. Who scores the first goal?
4-2 Leafs. Matthews gets the first.
Matthews and not.
Goalie gets a goal and Tavares gets a point.
Okay.
Leafs money line.
He's giving me the money line right here.
He's got his whole parlay going.
What's your parlay, man? Incredible. Okay. All right. So we say Nyes on the power play to lead it off. You think Matthews first?
I think Matthews gets a goal. I got a couple thousand followers on Instagram. I post betting predictions.
All right.
Can I shout it out?
Sure, man.
At TalkBacks.
You got it, buddy. Thank you. So listen, there you go. You got some excited people here. And you know what, Jess? I want to go to
Back to our regularly scheduled program.
I want to talk one more thing about this Montreal-Washington series because two of the highlights of the series have been watching the goaltenders. Montembeault because he's been outstanding. Logan Thompson because he's chaos, but also outstanding. Last night, both of them go down with injuries to their legs. Montembeault just was kind of tracking a puck and came up a little bit lame. It looked like his left leg. I think it was Elliot Friedman that tweeted that out afterwards. And then Logan Thompson got torpedoed, cross-check in the neck, and I think his knee sort of looked like it hyperextended potentially when Dylan Strome kind of ran into him after the fourth or fifth goal. That gave rise to Jakub Dobeš and Charlie Lindgren, who got booed because he, was a former Montreal Canadian. Got booed as soon as he hit the ice. Is Montreal back in this series if Logan Thompson is not in this series?
100%. Like, I have more confidence in Dobeš. Well, I guess I have as much confidence in Dobeš as I have in Lindgren.
Lindgren got them to the playoffs last year.
Lindgren did, but he's been surprisingly awful in his career in the playoffs.
Yes, he's been bad.
In only 4 starts, he's 0-4 and has a sub .850 save percentage. Like, small sample size, obviously, but I feel like now the goaltending battle is equal. And in the other way with the starters, it was definitely favoring Washington.
But is that fair considering he had to play the President's Trophy winning Rangers last year and the Caps were not in it until the final week?
Hey, funny thing about the playoffs, everybody's good. You don't get to choose your opponent.
There you go.
Like, I feel like now it's more even in the goaltending department, and Montreal, they're in this series for sure. If they get another one at home, it's 2-2, and then you just need to luck your way into 2 more. Like, Montreal's in this.
They are. Suzuki, Caulfield, Slafkovsky, all scoring, all looking strong, and I thought Josh Anderson probably had one of his best games that I've seen him play not against the Leafs, because he's always good against the Leafs, just not seemingly against everybody else. And I guess kind of moving on to the next series here. Let's talk about, we've done Edmonton, we've done Carolina, we've done Montreal. Today, we had Florida and Tampa. Now, this series, as we expected, has been a bit of a war. And
have we not talked about this yet?
No, we haven't got there. And it happened this afternoon. It's over already.
No, that's surprising. I thought, in my head, I thought we talked about this.
Yeah, so obviously in Game 2, we all saw the Brandon Hagel hit on Sasha Barkov. And last night, during my stream, I was waiting for the NHL to tell us something about this Brandon Hagel suspension fine. And it seemed like the NHL, and Drew put on his conspiracy hat, and he was like, it is absolutely 100% them waiting to see Sasha Barkov's health update. He's like, he's not making a call until they know what his health is. Do you believe that?
That they waited?
They waited to see how many games he would get based on the outcome. Because sometimes, even though the NHL says they don't do this, they do suspend based on outcome.
Well, I think everybody thought he would at least miss a game.
Right.
And Barkov was healthy, he played today, and everything was fine. So I think they would have given him one game, and maybe they waited to give him. Maybe they would have given him more, but I don't think.
You don't think so?
I don't think they waited on that. I'm not buying that conspiracy theory from Drew.
Okay, now
Drew's the king of bad takes. You know what? Add that one to the book.
Oh, wow.
Add
okay.
that one to the book.
Now, here's the deal. Tampa loses 2 games at home. They're rolling into Sunrise, and they don't have one of their best players. It's Brandon Hagel, right? Brandon Hagel is suspended. But today they were able to get it done. And really, that's not the big story kind of coming out of this game. It's everybody's talking about the Matthew Tkachuk, Jake Guentzel hit. So before we sort of break down the game, let's talk a little bit about that hit. It is similar to the Hagel hit on Sasha Barkov in that it's a bit of a blind side. Guentzel doesn't have the puck. Tkachuk and Guentzel have been jawing at each other all series long. Is this a suspendable hit?
I think the NHL has set a precedent where this type of action in this series specifically warrants a 1-game suspension.
Okay.
I
wow.
think there's so many parallels with going after a guy like the Tkachuk one is more dangerous but less dangerous in a way, because Tkachuk's doing it while down 4-1 at the time, and then they score the empty net and make it 5-1. So he's clearly targeting Guentzel on that play.
Game's over, right?
Game's over, and he's going for this big hit just to injure in that moment. Hagel was at least in a close hockey game. It was a dangerous hit, but he wasn't going after a piece of flesh just to injure somebody. Tkachuk was.
Yeah.
And now his hit was less dangerous than Hagel's because Hagel got more of the head. Hagel's was more in a more dangerous area, but Tkachuk's was more targetedly dangerous.
Right. It was like super intentional.
Exactly.
It wasn't a part of the play at all.
Exactly. So they're both dangerous in different ways, and the NHL set the precedent a day before. So I think Tkachuk deserves the game.
Josh Storch says if Hagel got a game, Tkachuk needs to get one too on Super Chat. And also on one of our super chats here, Jesse Graham Strang says terrible news. Firefest 2 was canceled.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I know. We're going to talk about it.
Who could have seen that coming?
We're going to talk about that in our VIP episode this week. One rivalry that I think you got to take note of is Paul Maurice versus John Cooper in terms of the quote machines that they both are. They're the best.
Yep.
They're the best, and they're both in pure playoff form. After the Hagel-Barkov hit in Game 2, Paul Maurice said, the only players we hit are the ones that have pucks. John Cooper, in response today to Tkachuk's hit on Guentzel, said, the only players we hit are the ones with pucks. Almost exactly the same. There's a little bit of minor phrasing differences there. How much do you love that rivalry?
This is what we wanted out of this series. It's going to be a quote off between these two coaches. Like, they are the kings of working the press conference there and having the best quotable lines out of any coach in the NHL. And what a blessing we have them going head-to-head.
It's the best. Now, I should mention that the Golden Knights and Wild have just gone to overtime.
Oh, no way.
It's just been one of those. That is just an unbelievable series. By the way, Jack Eichel, I believe, got his first point, which is also crazy to say, off of a Shea Theodore goal. And with about 9 minutes left to go, Jared Spurgeon sort of tied up the game. The Golden Knights had 2 quick goals, including a power play goal from Nick Roy right to start the game. It's been a back-and-forth series. The Golden Knights have outshot the Wild 35-23. The Wild keep finding ways to get this done, and frankly, not a lot of people, myself included, gave them a lot of credit coming in. It's almost like we forgot December when they were the second-best team in the NHL and then hit all those injuries. How do you feel about the way, by the way, if you check NHL Game Center, the Zambonis are actually out there on the ice, and you can see them. How do you feel about the way that series has gone, specifically Kirill Kaprizov and his ability to carry a team?
How can you not be shocked? Like, I'm shocked. I thought the Golden Knights would win a couple rounds in these playoffs and get through Minnesota easily, especially with the way Minnesota played for 3 months of the season. Like, from January onwards, they were not a very good hockey team. They almost missed the playoffs because the Blues got hot, and then Calgary just couldn't leapfrog them in the standings. So Minnesota got in. But, like, I'm shocked that it's playing out this way. I also think that they won't come out with this victory in this series. I'm still backing the Golden
so you're
Knights.
still not on the Wild bandwagon.
I'm not going to just hop on the bandwagon just yet. We'll see how things play out in this OT. But I think we got a goal here from, let's see, I think maybe Eichel gets another one this game. You said he got a point or a goal
He got
today?
an assist on Shea Theodore's goal.
An assist? So I'm going to say Eichel scores an OT winner here for the Vegas Golden Knights. That's my prediction. What's yours?
You know what? My prediction was, so for my bracket's sake, it's the Golden Knights. But I have to work with our producer, Hayden, every other day. And he is a big Wild fan, and he was real upset with our season or our playoff preview, and he might have been right. So I do have to say my heart's with the Minnesota Wild. How can you not get excited about this? How can you not get romantic about Kirill Kaprizov in the Minnesota Wild? Now, Michael Bond just wanted to drop a super chat in and said, "Hello, Gripper Nation. Go Leafs, go." Thank you, Mike. Really appreciate that. Also on the docket today, the Stars and Avalanche are playing at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time tonight. And that will be basically right after or in parallel to the last part of the Leafs-Sens game. The Avalanche blew Gabriel Landeskog's comeback game in Colorado at home. They're down 2-1. And this is a series where basically everybody coming in said, oh, it's got to be the Avs, right? It's got to be the Avs. What have the Dallas Stars done to the Avalanche to be able to get 2 out of 3 so far?
I think, like, what we thought the Dallas Stars would be, like, completely undermatched in is their defense, right? Because the right side is pretty ugly, especially without Heiskanen in there anywhere in the 6. So I thought, like, Colorado would be able to score at will and get a whole bunch of more scoring opportunities throughout the game and finish them, obviously, and put up a bunch of goals on this team. And what Dallas has shown is that they have a great team defense. They're able to stem the tide in when the Avalanche flood with their offensive rushes, because they love playing off the rush, the Avalanche do. And, like, I'm shocked that the Dallas Stars are playing as well as they are, with especially how they played the last month of the season, where they didn't look like they had the better team in many matchups at all, and they've just been able to turn it on. And I think I'm really surprised that they're able to do this. Like, I didn't see this coming at all.
Well, I got to say, I feel the exact same way. I think most of our staff took, if you go and you look at our brackets, and 8,000 people, by the way, signed up for the SDPN bracket this year, which is crazy. And majority, like 90%, were taking the Avs. The Stars have been straight up impressive. I will say, though, Gabriel Landeskog looked like Gabriel Landeskog.
Yeah.
It looks like he's moving up to the second line tonight, too.
Yeah. Oh, I was about to say what an advantage they have playing him down there on the bottom 6, but he's ready to move up. And, like, I would have probably kept him a little lower just so you can
spread the talent?
Exactly. Spread out the talent, take advantage of the matchups, whatever Dallas tries to match with you in terms of throwing the lines out. So he looks good. Like, he looks like he's back. And, like, I think they should be able to get this one tonight, because if they don't, series is looking very grim for them.
It sure is. Tyler Seguin with 2 goals. Nathan McKinnon doing his job. He's got 3 in 3 games. And so, that kind of wraps up the playoff picture. Now, Steve Dangle is going to join us in about 7 or 8 minutes here, right at 7 o'clock. So be sure to tune in for that. And I know that's why a lot of you are here. People are tuning in going, what is this? What do you mean? This is Steve on it. How come there's no Steve? Don't worry, Steve's coming. 7 minutes from right now, that's when the Leafs watch along happens. Now, I got some other things around the league we got to talk about, Jess, because there's so much out there. First off, coaching news out of Chicago today. We found out via Elliot Friedman that head coach David Carl, who you may never have heard of, has turned down the Chicago Blackhawks head coaching position. Apparently, they made a hard charge at him. And doing a little research on this guy, he's coming off back-to-back appearances in the final of the NCHC, which is sort of the feeder into the Frozen Four for the NCAA. And this year, his team lost by a goal to Western Michigan in the Frozen Four semis. Last year, they actually won it, which is crazy. He's 37.
Oh, wow.
Born in 1989. That makes me feel very old and weird, because I'm also 37, but I was born in 88. A young guy turning down a head coach job. Maybe he's 36, Jess, and my mouth sucks.
I don't think it matters, Adam. You're getting hung up on the wrong part.
A guy younger than me is turning down NHL head coaching jobs. It's a weird threshold we've just crossed. And this is something that is brand new in hockey, because normally if you're coaching at any sort of junior level, be that the OHL, the NCAA, WHLQ, whatever it is, AHL, ECHL, you're going to the NHL when they call. But in other sports like the NFL and the NBA, it's not really out of place to see big-time NFL coaches or big-time NCAA coaches turn down jobs in the pros to stay at or go to university programs, and specifically in the NBA. That's been going on for 30 or 40 years at least. Is that something you think maybe we see more of with the NHL and pro hockey coming up?
I feel like we're entering a wave of NCAA hockey really mattering to the next, to where the NHL is going to get their players from, you know, being a legitimate feeder system in competition with everything that's going on in the CHL because of the NIL money, right?
Yes.
More players can go down there, make a whole bunch of money, and if they even want to maintain their eligibility in some different ways, you know, the CHL and the NCAA are working out those rules, but I feel like the NCAA is going to be this new dearth of talent, and coaches from there, like Carl, will see them transition to the NHL or just stay there because there is so much money. Because that's the big driver, right? If he could make millions more going to the NHL, which he probably could, he would definitely make that transition. But there's also an abundance of funds available for him at the NCAA level because NCAA hockey is growing so rapidly.
Now, it is nothing on NCAA football or basketball, but I do want to run down some of the salaries of some of these NCAA football coaches. Kirby Smart of Georgia, $13.28 million a year. That is more than Connor McDavid. Dabo Sweeney of Clemson, $11.13. Steve Sarkisian from Texas, $10.6 million. Ryan Day from Ohio State, $12.5 million. And Deion Sanders, $10.8 million for Coach Prime. That's why people stay in the university systems. They pay them very, very well. Now, that doesn't mean David Carr will. It just means that maybe Chicago's not for him. I hope this doesn't mean that we're in for another tough year for Connor Bedard and the Chicago Blackhawks. Like, is he turning this down because he's happy in Denver, or is he turning this down because he's worried about the Blackhawks program? I can see it being column B. What do you think?
I think there's only 32 of the jobs. Like, if your dream is to be a coach in the NHL, you take any one of the jobs when it's offered to you. Who knows how far down the road he got and what he saw happening with the Blackhawks organization when he had those meetings and all that. But I feel like if he truly wanted to be a head coach in the NHL and they offered him this job, he would have taken it.
Yeah. Well, here we go. We've got about 4 minutes until Steve Dangle takes over for the first period of the Leafs versus the Senators for Game 4 at the Canadian Tire Center. We are at SportChek, Maple Leaf Square. If you're here, and we do have an audience here today, it's great. Come here, get your jersey crested before the game. They are open right up until and sometimes later after game, just because you want to grab a jersey, you want to get it done quickly. You get it done here at SportChek at Maple Leaf Square. Make sure you're a part of it. 2:28 until we talk to Steve Dangle. We're going to hand it off to him. Couple of things I want to mention.
Adam, somebody in the chat was mentioning we need to be in the same place. We are.
Well,
I'm just 2 Adams right.
Yeah, he's literally, if you go to camera me, he is that way.
Yeah, I'm over here.
Yeah,
I'm over here.
We're real close. Couple of quick things I want to mention. Alexander Nikishin from the Carolina Hurricanes officially had his contract registered today.
Oh,
this was a big deal because his Russian agent said a couple days ago, Carolina is behaving incomprehensibly, not only for us, but for the scouts and representatives of other NHL clubs. Everyone is shocked and outraged, but as I was told, this never surprises because Carolina always behaves like this with everyone. Now, he's got a North American agent, and his quote was far more North American, far less spicy. Ryan Barnes, his North American-based representative, we have been working with Carolina on Alexander's status. Our Russian partners are simply excited to see him play for the Hurricanes, and so are we. That's a very political way to do it. Eric Tulsky said today we had agreed with Nikishin's agents to keep options open for him to potentially play for Chicago in the AHL in the playoffs at some point. Their season's now over. It makes sense for us to officially register the NHL contract for him. We are excited for his future with the team. We'll all move past this, but Jesse, this is a guy that people need to look out for. He has been in Russia since 2022-23 when he had his breakout campaign, 157 points in 193 games with a +70 rating as a defenseman.
Oh yeah,
That's scary.
Yeah, and especially in that league, like that's not something that's common. So like I didn't know that the contract would get solved this quickly. Like on Friday, it looked like this could be a bit of a stalemate, but I guess because of the public pressure a little bit, you get it solved a little quickly. And now who knows like when he can actually get in the lineup. Could be pretty quick.
Absolutely. Now we are 1 minute away from Steve Dangle taking over on the watch along. I'm Adam Wild and Jesse Blake down at SDPN headquarters, SportChek at Maple Leaf Square, because we got to be in the middle of where it's happening. One more story before we go. Joel Quenneville.
You're not going to end on your predictions?
Oh, my predictions?
What do you mean one more story?
All right,
one more story should be the game you're leading into.
All right, Joel Quenneville, maybe the Anaheim Ducks.
Adam, what do you think
Okay.
is going to happen tonight? You get the final say.
It's going to be close.
Whatever you say is what's going to happen.
It's going to be close. I'm going to say 5-4 Maple Leafs.
Oh.
I think it's going to be another one-goal game.
Yeah.
But I think it's going to be higher scoring because everybody's going to be all amped up. And I think the game winner is going to be Mitchell Marner.
Oh, Mitch Marner, game winner to send the Leafs to the second round for the second time in what feels like 100 years.
It is. It might as well be. So that's it for us. I'm Adam Wild for Jesse Blake, SDPN, live at SportChek at Maple Leaf Square. Now turning it over to the legend, Steve Dangle.
Is it sane? Is it possible? Still I ask myself, are we in our game? It's not logical, but you contemplate, are we am I? Slip away, should I do you mind? Oh, we
Yes. 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 Leafs Nation. Sens Nation, if you're here. Do you call yourself Sens Nation? Or is it something else? Sens Brigade, the Sens National, the Sens Nash, whatever. Steve Dangle here, my friends, on the SDPN YouTube channel. Click like, click subscribe, tell all your friends. And this watch along is brought to you by SportChek. You know where Adam and Jesse just were? The SportChek at Maple Leaf Square, where there are, I don't know if you know this, several fans gathered. And we will be recording the brand new Steve Dangle podcast tomorrow. Hey, listen, you like hockey? How about playoff hockey? Then let me remind you that SportChek is your destination to gear up for playoff season. And hey, if you're in Etobicoke or the Greater Toronto area, SportChek has opened a new concept store like you've never seen before in Etobicoke on North Queen Street. They're hosting a grand opening weekend on May 3rd and 4th. Gosh, that seems soon. It is! Featuring Coach Chippy, Hockey Benders, and Chris Boucher from the Raptors. This watch along is brought to you by SportChek. Game 4. You know what it is. Leafs win. They're in to the second round. The Leafs have an opportunity tonight to be the first team through to the second round. Isn't that nuts? Isn't that nuts? Or Ottawa does what the Leafs did to Florida in 2023, does what Tampa did to Florida last year, and they win game 4 and they force a game 5. A 3-0 series deficit is not a death sentence. It's just very, 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 very difficult. Wes Richard gifted 5 SDPN memberships. You beauty. Sharks Nation representing from player 4, but go Leafs this playoffs. We got this. Leafs sweeping tonight. Let's go! Bring the passion. Go Leafs, go! Steve, I want to let you know that I am in. Good. Kyle, Steve, I want you to know that the newborn will live in a world potentially not knowing the Toronto mythology. I aspire to be that happy. Me too. Ty Smith says sends sickos. That's a good one. I could have picked that one. Gary Ray, welcome to SDP VIP. Thanks for the live pregame streams. We appreciate it. Adam, Jesse, and the behind-the-scenes crew. Terrible news. Firefest 2 was canceled. If Hagel got a game, Tkachuk needs to get one too. I have thoughts on that. Hello, Gripper Nation. Go Leafs, go. Brendan Bush, welcome to SDP VIP ad-free. Big Man Steve, welcome to SDP VIP. Luke Woodworth, welcome to SDP VIP. And listen, if you want to become an SDP VIP, bottom right corner of the little chat box, there's a little dollar sign. It's a little dollar bill looking dollar sign. And that is where you can send super chats through the chat. So there is a way higher chance that I will see the chat that you send, on account of there are literally thousands of people in here and it's only going to climb throughout the game. Also, we do 3 episodes of the Steve Dangle podcast every week, but if you are an SDP VIP, that means you get 4 because you will get access to the VIP episode. Become an SDP VIP today, or you can gift memberships to people in the chat, which is just a lovely thing to do. Canadian Girl 83, is the plan to have live pregame stream before all Leafs playoff games? Yes, that is the plan. Plans don't always go to plan, but that is the plan. Me here says Bobby McMahon, 2 goals. Book it. I know a guy who bet. So two different people sent me their bets from last game. One guy won. I think it was $200 on Simone Benoit anytime goal scorer, and someone else bet. I think it was $2 for Benoit to get the OT winner, and he won nearly $500. That's how unlikely that was. I am not recommending that you do the same. I bought a Benoit jersey Wednesday. It was good timing, says Dunlops. Love that. Oh, damn. You bought it the day before the game. Wild stuff. Flames fan here cheering for Tanev to get his cup for blocking all those shots for us with his mouth. 23 Plaster. Hey, I don't know if you heard, but the OQFL, the Office Québécois de la Langue Française, tried to get city buses to stop using Go Habs Go. Didn't go over well. They did? Zinc 573 sent 5 SDPN memberships. See? Told you. That's so lovely of you. Connor O'Shea for the OT breakaway winner. Max Kellerman. I'm taking Simone Benoit. BetMGM still haven't taken my money away. So you were right. You were right, James David Atkinson. James Stemler sent 5 SDPN memberships. You beauty. Thank you. As always. And if someone gifts you a membership, please make sure to thank them. Adam, my buddy Chris always said Benoit had a killer shot. He did? He's got 7 career goals. Buddy, it went in. Wow. So Adam Wild won Drew $60 last night picking the first goal scorer. McMahon. Bobby McMahon. Who from the other team? Drake Batherson. I thought very hard about saying Michael Amadio. I didn't do it. I'm ready to be flabbergasted, Steve. Aren't we all? No MGM. Still think Nye scored and not Benoit? Take it. I love that line from Kyle Bukauskas. This is the house Alfie built, but Brady Tkachuk renovated it. That's a good line. Let's go Kraken legend Kalle Yarncroke. A cup. Go Leafs go, says Angela. How did Leo take the news that Benoit scored? He was pumped. Dirty Needle Dumpster. Welcome to SDP VIP ad free. Thoughts on the Matthew Tkachuk late hit? Will he be suspended? So, Drew says no chance. I say chance, but the more time passes, the more I'm like, I don't think he's getting suspended. I don't. It's not. If you describe the hit over a text, it sounds similar to Brandon Hagel's. If you watch it, it's not. Does that make sense? You know? I had a thought. What if you could suspend players? Because, like, no suspension and 1 game suspension, there's a huge difference between the two in the playoffs, right? What if a player could get suspended for a period? Like, no. Drew said it's called a misconduct. Matthew Tkachuk got kicked out of a game with how much time left? Practically none. It was an empty netter, right? What if he wasn't allowed to play the first period of the next game? What if 10 minutes misconduct's carried over? Why don't they? Regular season, I can kind of understand, like, why does this random team get an advantage and we don't? Playoff, it's obvious what Matthew Tkachuk was trying to do. He was trying to hurt his opponent with an illegal hit. It was late. Like, I don't know if it was suspension late, but it was late. Willie didn't injure him. Well, Barkov came back too. Oh, yeah, he definitely intended to hurt him. 100%. Let me get through these last couple before the game starts. SDPN, Steve Dangle, Pontus Network from the chat. Your audience is more convinced it's a Hab stream than they are that the Sens get one back. Listen, 2 of these games have gone to overtime. Don't write the Sens off yet. And don't pretend like the Leafs are through. The Leafs have won 3 games in a series many times. You need 4. And tonight they have a chance to do just that. Emo Jalapeno sent 5 SDPN memberships. You beauty. Sarcastically, Tom Wilson got fined in playoffs. Wow, what a shocker. I know. And the puck is dropped. Sens win the opening faceoff on home ice. Just over 3,000 people in this chat. 600 likes. That won't do. Let's get that number up. Riley with it. It's all the way down the ice. No icing. Into the Ottawa zone. Ridley Gregg will dump it. Riley gets to it first. Ridley Gregg finishes his hit. Matthews breaks out of his own zone. Game 4, here we are. Nyes takes Zub into the board. Sanderson gets it to his man. The Sens are in the neutral zone. They dump it in again as they change. Brady Keeler sent 5 SDPN memberships, you beaut. Tanev gets it out, not with possession. Sens dump it in again. Game plan pretty obvious early. Brady Tkachuk lays the hit on McCabe, and a turnover! Shot wide. Where is that? It's in the slot. Sens with an early opportunity here thanks to the forecheck of Brady Tkachuk. Tavares hard on the puck. Leafs still haven't gotten it out. Blockered away by Stolers. And now the Leafs will get it. Nope. They wrangle it. Steve, prediction for Weil and Knights OT. I'm going to go Rossi, Stone, Lawton through the neutral zone. Stutzle has it in his own end. Taken in by Lorentz. Stutzle falls down. Take a drink. Kidding. I don't want you to get alcohol poisoning. Lawton. Lorentz. The other L name on the 4th line. Clevin and Lawton battling. Clevin gets it around Lorentz. Down the ice, and that'll be icing against the Ottawa Senators. They do this with targeting in football. If you get called for targeting in the 4th quarter, you miss the first half of the next game. Like in the regular season, I don't know. In the playoffs, I think it makes sense, honestly. Max Domi wins the offensive zone draw clean. Riley on. Stopped by Allmark, but not handled. Domi to the point. It's Riley. Carlo on. Doesn't get through. Zetterlund gets it down the ice. Is this going to be another icing? Yes, it is. 17:47 to go in the first. SDPN is our core 3. If the Leafs do win the Cup this year, I wonder how many people will say, I told you so. The NHL is rigged in Toronto's favor. Marlies are going to a second OT. That's exciting. I want the conference final to be Habs and Leafs. I don't know if any of us could handle that. Stutzle versus Matthews in the Sens zone for the faceoff. Stutzle wins it. Matthews to Riley at the point. Riley down low to Marner behind the net. No one's there. Nyes is after it. Nyes. Matthews at the point. Matthews to Riley. Riley! Oh, he tried to pick the corner. Didn't miss by much. And it goes all the way down the ice. Maybe, perhaps not all the way. OEL with it in his own zone. Voice is held up pretty well. I'm sure if you listen to the Steve Dangle podcast from yesterday, it sounded a little rough. It's funny. It sounds fine. It gets more and more and more hoarse I take a drink of water, and then it's fine again. Benoit around to OEL. No, that's Carlo. Here comes Tavares. Feathers it to Holmberg, but out of his reach. No icing. Tavares with it. Muscled off the puck by Perron. Into the feet of Jensen through the neutral zone. His pass is off target. Tavares, can't get out of his own zone. He's hit by Nick Cousins. Holmberg through the neutral zone, chips it in, and goes for a change. Steve Dangle here on the SDPN YouTube channel. Click like, click subscribe, tell all your friends. Brought to you by SportChek. Is what this watch along is. Brady Tkachuk! That one goes wide. Glove side. Yarncroak after it. And we got a whistle for a high stick, not a penalty. Yeah, you want to limit those Brady Tkachuk shots. He scored one that looked a lot like that in Game 3. Sens are forechecking hard early. 16-17 to go in the first. Face off just outside the Sens zone. It's Max Domi on the draw for the Leafs. Sens win it. That was Batherson. Zetterland, had trouble locating it. Are the Sens? I could have swore I heard the ref say it was offside, but they're battling for it. OEL around the net, out of the reach of Benoit, though. Zub at the point. That is high in the air. Pacioretty after it, chops at it, can't get it out. Stutzle. Stutzle with Zetterland and Batherson. Stutzle fell again. Thank you, Drew. I was wondering who that was. Pacioretty. Goodness, he's strong. Domi after Sanderson. Into the Leaf zone. Marner through the neutral zone. Brings it ahead for Riley, who shoots it again. He's been thinking offense this game. That's got to be his third shot attempt. Maybe second shot on goal. Amadio leaves it for Greg. Pass into the slot! They don't get the shot off. Pinto behind the net for Amadio. Big body. Stanley Cup winner. Former Leaf. Jensen eludes Marner. Shot! That doesn't get through. Would have had a good chance of going in. Marner airmails it out. Not enough for icing as Ullmark plays it. A little over 5 minutes gone here in the first. Tanev around for McCabe. Up the ice for Holmberg. Handles. Whoa! He goes into Motten Paulo, and they each take a piece of each other. Perron. Oh, nice stick there from JT in the neutral zone. Leafs get it back. Sends. Oh, my gosh. Clog it up the neutral zone. Here's Willie, though. Passes it to Tavares. Into the corner for Willie. Down low for Holmberg. Good read there from Clevin. Clevin has not been bad this series. Dylan Cousins battling Ekman Larson. He gets it to the point. Zub. One-timer! Where does it go? It's wide. Into the slot. Oh, my goodness. Tavares handles it. Willie airmails it. Not loving this Leafs game plan so far. They've had a couple chances of their own, but I would definitely say the Sens a little more dangerous through the opening minutes. That can't be icing. That's got to be... No, I don't think that's icing. There was a whistle. Offside? Offside's the only thing that makes sense. Icing makes no sense. Or was it hand pass? Lorenz game winner, 10 gifted if it happens. Love that. Hey, Steve, happy to be back. I called it twice, so let me call it one more time. Benny Boy for the game winner. It was icing? I don't understand that. Okay. Face off in the Leaf zone. It's Giroux versus Lawton. Former teammates, if I'm not mistaken. Giroux wins it clean in the D zone. OEL to Lawton. Big hit behind the play. Lorentz dumps it. Leafs temporarily hold the zone. Lose sight of the puck. Sens have done a good job like getting away from the Leafs early. Puck skips. Lorentz is able to clear it. 10 gifted subs for a nice goal, says Justin Fisher. Oh boy, Batherson stopped and he doesn't get the rebound. Which team has more pressure on them tonight? The Sens. Here comes McMahon. Shot reminiscent of Nieuwendyk on Lalim. That one doesn't go in. Domi on. Stop by Olmark. Pacioretty after it. Two Alan Walsh clients in the corner there. It was Pacioretty and Perron. Adam Gaudette taken into the boards by Tanev. Those two were on the Canucks in the 2020 playoff bubble together. Where Tanev, I learned, set the record for fastest playoff OT winner by a defenseman, 11 seconds. Drew says, I don't remember Tanev on the Canucks. I promise it happened. And that'll be icing against the Leafs. Steve, what did you think of the Wilson-Anderson fight on the bench? Only thing I can think of is, does that ref have a death wish? Someone, I think it was Mark Dumont on Twitter, made a great point that ref saved Tom Wilson and Josh Anderson so much money by getting in between them. Either of those two drop a glove or throw a punch. It's bad. Is Domi getting a penalty here? Off the face-off? No, I don't think he got thrown out twice. I think he hit him in the face. What did they call it? Did they call it roughing or delay a game? Oh, he punched. I mean, he did punch him. Max. That's not smart. As we are in our first commercial break. Steve Dangle here. SDPN YouTube channel. We are doing a Game 4 watch along brought to you by SportChek. Click like, click subscribe, tell all your friends. I am currently grateful of my decision to only have one espresso. Listen, I started playing men's league hockey. And so because of that, I've been trying and achieving my goals of getting stronger, gaining confidence, and improving my endurance with Peleton. From 4-week strength building classes to running, indoor and outdoor workouts, and everything in between, Peleton will push you to achieve your goals. With Peloton's all-access membership, you can work out where you need to, like at home with your tread, outdoors on your runs, or take your favorite classes to the gym with the app. Peleton has thousands of members whose lives were changed by the workout, experiences, and community. Peleton helps get you stronger with strength classes, workout generators, and personalized programs on the Peleton Tread and Strength Plus app. Find your push, find your power with Peleton at onepeloton.ca. Whoa! Mike Schmidt dropping a 20-piece on us. 20 gifted SDPN memberships. You find your power, find your push. My new adopted doggo gets excited with me watching the game. Born to be a victory puppy. I love that for you, Emo Jalapeno. And Travis Shaw. Tanev was signed undrafted by the Canucks. Silly Drew. Oh, yeah. He was a Canuck more than any other team. Leafs win the penalty kill opening draw. McCabe carries it and sends it down the ice. Just not a great penalty from Domi. That's a first-round penalty. They might not call that in the third and fourth round, but we ain't there. It's in the corner. Batherson with it behind the net. Oh, his pass is off target. And the Sens lose the zone. Vegas just scored in overtime to take the 3-1 series. No, sorry, so to tie it at 2, rather. And the Sens go offside. 1:25 to go in this power play as we get a whistle. I believe it'll be just outside the leave zone. Who scored it, Drew? Did I win you money? Oh, I swear we were talking, weren't we talking about who we picked to score? I said Rossi and Stone. You didn't bet. Oh, if I was right. Leafs win the faceoff, get it down the ice, but only a little. 45 seconds gone in this penalty kill. Whoa, Leaf taken down in the neutral zone. That was Yarncroke. Wanted a call. Dylan Cousins into the corner. It's at the point. Tkachuk thought about shooting, gets it to Sanderson. Shot! Scores! Tim Stutzle, his first of the playoffs, makes it 1-0 Ottawa, who have now scored the first goal in both games in Ottawa in the 2025 edition of the Battle of Ontario. Max Domi took a really, really foolish penalty, and it's cost the Leafs early as they try to clinch this. Man, great shot by Stutzle. I think it beat Stoller's clean. That didn't hit anything. It was Barbashev who won it for the Golden Knights, so that series is now tied 2-2 heading back to Vegas. Sens win the draw and send it down the ice. Riley with it. Holmberg with it. Holmberg's had a lot of the puck, and he falls down. Greg gives it up to Nylander. Oh, Nylander a little too panicked with the puck there. Sent into the Leafs corner. Oh, yell. Oh! Battling with Greg, and Greg might be hurt there. He stays in the play. Jensen on. That's behind the Leafs net. I think Greg's going to the bench. Oh, boy. I don't think that was dirty, but ugh. We'll get a look at the replay. I think Greg's head went into the boards. David Perron. Shot. That one goes over the net. Exactly halfway through the first period, Jensen rings it around. Leafs playing tired. Sens lose the puck. Nylander just chops at it as he goes for a change. That won't be icing. Oh, that was Ridley Gregg going to the Ottawa dressing room, according to Craig Simpson on the broadcast. Nyes dumps it. Ugh. He got all of the backside of OEL into the boards. Behind the Leafs net, McCabe has Marner. Martin to Tanev. Tanev denies. Matthews into the corner for it. Nyes battling for it behind the net. Sanderson. Matthews and Sanderson going at it as they have a few times this series. Zetterlund breaks it out. 9 minutes to go in the first. 1-0 Senators lead. Zetterlund with a hit. Pass out of reach of Marner. Sens have it in their own zone. Montemapalo gets it deep. Play called. I'm not sure why. Was that offside? Looks like a decent amount of blue in the crowd tonight. Oh. Oh, great. Shoulder or neck. That looked yuck. Max Domi with an offensive zone draw. You better have the game of your night, game of your life, Max. Yeah, you scored the game 2 OT winner, but that was not a smart penalty to take at the beginning of game 4 here. And now here comes Max. Max shoots into the glove of Ullmark, but it'll be another O-zone draw. As we go to commercial break. 1-0. Sens lead. Hey! You like shiny stuff? Me too. That's why I like SilverWax. The shiny stuff I'm referring to is my car. With the right tools, cleaning your car really doesn't need to take all that long. And SilverWax is definitely the right tool. Proudly made right here in Canada, SilverWax has been loved by car cleaners with no time to clean since 1999. And isn't that all of us? SilverWax's absolute care promise drives us to make caring for your car as easygoing as a Sunday drive. They've spent years fine-tuning their products, making them as powerful and as foolproof as they can, as Steve-proof. Let's be honest. SilverWax takes absolute care of your car. Find SilverWax products at your local Canadian Tire or at silverwax.ca and use promo code DANGLE10 at checkout to save 10% off your next order. Suds out with SilverWax. Once again, that is silverwax.ca. DANGLE10 is your code. Emo Jalapeno. Senator, I hardly know her. Awful. 3,500 of you in here. Barely over 1,000 likes. That won't do. Click like, click subscribe, tell all your friends. It helps us out a great deal. And it takes a second and it's free. To reference Jim Carrey, stop breaking the law, a-hole. In regards to Max Domi. Yes, I agree. I wanna know. Leafs win the ozone draw. Benoit tries to get it to Domi. Brady Tkachuk. Oh boy, I don't know if this is the match you want. Giroux. Rebound. Stopped by Stolarz. Oh boy, big save. Oh, and Pacioretty has a little bit of jump here. Cross ice for Domi, out of his reach. And Pacioretty shoves the Senator right into Ullmark. And Ullmark looks a little beaten up. .808 to go in the first period. Is Ullmark all right? He's real slow. Jeez, this has probably been the least poised the Leafs have looked. That was Motten Paulo that Pacioretty sent into Ullmark. Pacioretty may be fortunate to be on the bench instead of in the penalty box. Shot 6-5 for the Leafs. Offensive zone draw lost by Matthews. Anderson has it. Ooh! Marner taken down behind the play by Zub. Nyes gets it deep. Marner stays in the play. Sanderson hit by Matthews. There's those two again. You can imagine Travis Green wants Sanderson on the ice every moment that Austin Matthews is. Carlo gets it deep. It's behind the Sens net. They cough it up in the neutral zone. Nyes gets it deep as the Leafs try to get a change in there. There's Yarncroke. So you know the fourth line is coming out. Turnover. Yarncroke shoots it. Stopped by Ullmark. He didn't get all of it. Lawton. It's at the point. Tanev can't quite hold the zone. Rugbyed across the line. Ooh, I don't know if the Leafs were onside there. Ref hasn't called anything. Lawton around the net. Here comes Gaudette. Fourth line versus fourth line. He runs McCabe. Digging at it in the corner. 6:45 to go in the first. Perron comes out with it to Jensen. It's behind Stolarz. Where is it? Oh boy. Ref says no goal. We got a scrum after the whistle. And I need to see where the hell this puck. How is the puck it's behind the net. Leafs need to win this. Can't give Sens hope. I love Max. But real talk, how do you teach him discipline? Feels like a never-ending battle with him. I don't know if you can. Yeah, Drew was asking what I was wondering. Did it go under the net? Oh my gosh. So Benoit, I think, saves a goal here. Or no, sorry, McCabe. And he somehow doesn't use his hand to do it. Oh, he tried. He tried, but he missed it. Oh my gosh, by the grace of the hockey gods, it's not 2-0 Sens. Wow. If you're happy, the Leafs aren't down 2 right now. No. So they're giving Perron a penalty for roughing, and they're reviewing it to see if the puck crossed the goal line. So assuming there's no goal here, the Leafs will get a power play? Very quick review. Perron was on the ice. He got up. No goal, and he gave a headlock to Yarncroke. Not a great penalty from Perron. So the Leafs have a chance to make the Sens pay now. All three members of the podcast burying the Golden Knights for a segment only for them to tie the series 2-2 the next day is so on brand for SDPN. I honestly think we should just stay away from that series. When it comes to the Vegas Golden Knights and the Minnesota Wild, maybe we don't know what we're talking about. Leafs power play is 5 for 9 in this series. Tavares gets it to Marner. Nylander down low. Oh, Willie and Matthews. I thought he was shooting that. Willie to Marner at the point. To Willie. On! Stopped by the blocker of Ullmark. Nice. Can't quite get it to Tavares, but Tavares stays with it. Willie. Taken down by Giroux. Still killing penalties. Oh, and this is going to be a breakaway for Shane Pinto. Scores. Shane Pinto gives the Sens their first 2-goal lead of the series. 5:49 to go in the first. Oh, boy. Nyes was down in the corner. What happened here? Let's get a look. Why was the camera on Nyes? Yeah, Pinto with a good puck around Marner. And the puck just trickles through Stolarz. That's why there was the delayed reaction. Oh, so close. And the Leafs still have the power play. 1:15 to go, but they are now down 2-0. Ty Smith, thank you for the 5 SDPN memberships. Got to take some sort of consolation prize, I guess. Riley to Domi. Bobby McMahon gets around Jensen. The viewership is going up. I can't imagine why. Sens. Yeah, Leafs do have to score here because this building's feeling real good. Jeez, Sens just killing the clock there in the corner. Ridley Gregg is back out there, by the way. 40 seconds to go. Riley comes out with it finally. Oh, boy, he flubs it. And is Pinto going to get to go again? It's not a breakaway this time. He actually loses it in the linesman's feet. Can the Leafs take advantage of that break? Here comes Riley. Hands it off to Pacioretty. Where is it? This is going to be a 2-on-1 for Ottawa. Unless Matthews gets on his horse, which he does. Is that offside? It is. What is it with us in elimination games? Hey, the Leafs had a winning record in elimination games last year. In 2018, they had a winning record in elimination games. They just happened to lose both those series. No, what was the stat? The Sens are 15-0-1 in games where Shane Pinto scores. Well, there's no overtime point in this one. Max can't help it. He's got that Domi gene. Fair enough. Leafs must win more than ever. Not looking good. Again, go watch Game 4, Tampa, Florida last year. You watch that game, you're like, uh-oh, Florida might be in trouble, and then Florida took care of business Game 5. Sens kill that penalty. Leafs are going to try to stay on it. Well, Sens did more than kill that penalty. They're up 2-0 now off a shorthanded goal from Shane Pinto. And this is how the comeback starts. Costco gravy is absolutely incredible. Top notch, says Speedy V. Here comes Lawton. On, handled by Ullmark with 4:07 to go in the first period. Guess Berube must bring out his TV and his fights. This is 23 Plaster. I love when people watch the LFR as we go to commercial break. Toranier. Toronto's going to make you sweat for the fourth win. Oh, always. Boston fan hate watching from Minnesota right now. Yeah. Both me and Drew are very confused by that one. Which team, are you hate watching both teams? You know who's beaten the Sens in a playoff series more recently than the Leafs? Wait, did I screw that up? You know who's beaten the Bruins in a playoff series more recently than the Leafs? The Sens. 2017, I believe. Or was it 2013? Or was it both? I'm not sure. Alex, welcome to SDP VIP. Worst Leafs period of the series? It's a contender. There's only been 11 periods. It's definitely the worst power play of the series. Thank you, Drew. The puck has gone in, which I think has been a difference. There have been many occasions through this series where Sens probably should have come away with more goals than they did. But yeah, this is why Drew's right. This is why you go up 3-0. This is why Game 2 was important. This is why Game 3 was important. Leafs lose this game, the sun comes up tomorrow. Sens lose this game, it's over. Right? Would a reverse sweep be the most Leafs thing? Yes, but the Leafs have only been involved in one, and it was them doing the reverse sweep in the 1942 Stanley Cup Final. Big difference between the Leafs and Panthers? That is fair. Leafs' problem isn't elimination games. It's being the one who holds the axe. Damn! Bar! Yeah, Leafs are dominating 5-on-5, though. Yeah. Under 4 minutes to go. OEL to Benoit. Benoit shoots! It didn't go in. It didn't go on net. Holmberg tries to get it in front. Benoit, good job getting back. It's 2-on-2. Here's Dylan Cousins in on OEL. Goes around him, but now he's in the corner. It's at the point. Leafs giving up way too much space to the Sens defenders here. Shabbat, that one goes high. Holmberg after it, but Jensen gets to it first, puts it down low for Dylan Cousins, who's stapled to the boards by Benoit. Tavares doesn't get rid of it quickly. OEL high off the glass, and it's out of play, but off the glass. Hey, they have more shots for once and are losing. Leafs sleeping, need to wake up, says my brother-in-law. Ekman Larson, 6 points in 13 potential closeout games, 7-6 record. Fascinating stat. Wow, that's a lot. 13. Sorry, the Leaf fan in me just came out. I realized, wait, he's been playing a long time. That's actually, most teams play more than one series. Mott Paulo with it. Nick Cousins gets it deep. Sends fourth line out there. Carlo. Oh! That one goes through the blue paint a little bit, all the way down the ice, but it won't be icing. Win or lose, we have SDPN, so we win. Hey! Great way to look at it. Clevin. Up the ice for Perron, who's in the zone. On! That is gobbled up by Stolarz for the D-zone draw for the Leafs. Under 3 minutes to go here. I noticed, Drew, they're getting all the commercial breaks in. I think they're traumatized from last game. Remember there was like 7 minutes between whistles? It was 8 to end the game. Leafs are 1-11 in closeout games since 2018. Ugh. Shot from Sanderson. Blockered into the corner by Stolarz. McCabe for Tanev behind the net. Into the neutral zone for Matthews. Boy, the Sens are on him like poop on Velcro. Matthews to McCabe behind the net. Zone held by Tanev, but looks like only for a moment. Zub mishandles it, still gets it out. Is this going to be icing against the Sens? It is. 2:12 to go in the first. Alex, I am of two minds here. On the one hand, the team seems different this year, more confident, calmer, but on the other hand, annual trauma. There is one good thing about being down now. The thing is we have 2+ periods to recover it in. That is true. It is very early in the game. 2:12 to go here in the first period. Faceoffs are 10-7 for the Sens. I think that'll probably make it 11-7. I would love to talk to... How was that icing? Oh, I thought Zub... whatever. All right, so this is going to be a D-zone draw for the Domi line. Not ideal. Way-oh. Way-oh. Sens win that face-off. Shoot! Batherson, it's off the end glass. Sens trying to center it. Clevin can't get his shot through. Stutzle. Zetterland. Leafs chasing. Stolarz saves. Rebound. Block. Where is it? Kicked away by Riley. Montempallo in the corner. I don't think the shots tell the story of the game at all. Zetterland to Montempallo. This line is struggling bad. OEL risks taking a penalty. Pacioretty skates it to center. Doesn't gain center. Doesn't get it deep. Batherson misses his check on Pacioretty. Leafs get a change in. Here comes McCabe. He's got Tavares with him. 1:05 to go in the first. Tavares to McCabe. Put that on. He puts it through the blue paint. That's okay. Tanev to Willie, who's at the point. On! Scores! Yeah! John Tavares gets the Leafs on the board with the deflection. 54.4 seconds to go in the first. And the Leafs cut the Sens lead to 1. Game's not over yet. Lots of time left. Yeah, Drew is thinking the same thing I am. I wonder if the Sens challenge for offside. I think the zone entry was pretty close. But that is a perfect, oh my gosh, perfect deflection from John Tavares. Great read from Willie, too. I was wondering what he was doing. They dropped the puck. We're good. Marner off the boards and into the corner. Matthews after it. Pinto with it behind the net. I got to tell you, there was a lot of talk about certain Sens players heading into the series. Not a lot of it was about Shane Pinto. I'm really impressed with that player. McCabe gets taken down behind the play. He wants a call. He's not going to get it. Nyes can't quite get it to Marner. Benoit does. Oh, Carlo and Marner bounce into each other. Are the Leafs just going to run out the clock? Nope. They go up. Oh, boy, maybe they should have. Brady Tkachuk with the move. Can't get around his man. Benoit takes a big run from Brady Tkachuk at the whistle. It'll be a little rough stuff here at the end of the first period in Game 4 of the Battle of Ontario. Benoit gets hit from Tkachuk. He gets hit from Dylan Cousins. He's like, buddy, I'm a third pair defenseman. I'll take on any of you. And they got a Brady chant going. There's naughty middle fingers in the corner. How dare you? Well, that start to the first was not ideal in the slightest. Power play goal from Tim Stutzle off a silly penalty from Max Domi. Short-handed goal from Shane Pinto on a breakaway, giveaway at the blue line. But with less than a minute to go in the first period, the Leafs get on the board with the first 5-on-5 goal of the game. Special teams cost them in the first. The deeper you get into a playoff game, the deeper you get into the playoffs. You can't rely as much on special teams. Sens took full advantage, so this is going to be a slog for the Leafs to tie this up. But now, thanks to that goal from Tavares, they're only down 1 goal. I'm Steve Dangle. Welcome to the STPN YouTube channel. Click like, click subscribe. Tell all your friends. I don't say click like ornamentally. I don't say it for something to do. It helps us out a lot. 4,100 of you in here, 1,350 likes. And it only takes a second. Get us over 1,500. And then once you do that, get us over 1,600. And then once you do that, you get the picture. James David Atkinson, what did we say? We got time. That was indeed you, JDA. Wes Richard, 5 SDPN memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Matt Wilkins, number 91, please report to the net. Absolutely. People saying Tkachuk should have been called for a charge on Benoit there at the end. Charging, there are a few penalties in hockey that are just never called properly. And charging is one of them. The penalty for shoving a player offside, it's a penalty. Look it up. Never seen it called, never, not once. Remember they were really anal about players having their skates over a certain line in the face-off dot? They don't do that anymore. Remember the visor thing? They don't do that anymore. Bobbert is the GOAT. Couldn't agree more. And can I just say I miss Howie Meeker from Robert Bett. I will admit, I have his autograph. I think my godfather got it for me, but I think Howie Meeker might have been before my time. I was born in 88, which doesn't mean I started watching games in 88. The first hockey games I remember were from the 1993 playoffs, which means I had been watching before the 93 playoffs. Because I remember thinking, well, the Leafs are the best team on earth, and they're playing Wayne Gretzky, who's the best player on earth. So how does that work? How does that work? So the fact I already knew that about Gretzky, I already knew about the Leafs, I already knew about Doug Gilmour, I already knew about Felix Potvin. That means I've literally been watching hockey since before I can remember. And I know it's the same case with my son, which I love. Drew, do you want to show a clip? A little Clippington? Oh, folks. Listen, we've been trying a few different things at SDPN this year. One is Oh Wow, where we take a look at the best from around the OHL. We, in recent months, have started Big Dubs, where we take a look at the best from around the WHL. He's not draft eligible this year, but Gavin McKenna will. This is a guarantee. Go first overall next year. His highlights are in this video. Watch it. You won't regret it. Gavin McKenna, remember the name. Big dubs. The great thing about the playoffs is the dubs get bigger and bigger. Hello friends, Steve Dangle here, and welcome to another episode of Big Dubs, where we take a look at the best from around the WHL in the second round. Now, we can't just make the whole thing about Gavin McKenna, although believe me, I would like to. I think he would too. So I'm gonna limit it to 2 Gavin McKenna goals, although they might be the nicest things you've ever seen. Let's start with number 1.
Dragicevic with it at the left point, gives off to his right. Chenier walks, fires off the crossbar. Get onto the rebound. He'll have a 2-on-1 shorthanded with speed. Pacheco the trailer. McKenna, what a move. Gavin McKenna, mastery from Gavin McKenna. Highlight of the night. Short-handed wizardry from the White Horse Wizard.
What was that? Playing against Gavin McKenna has to suck so much. You can imagine you're at the other end. The puck was just over there. It hit the crossbar because you're trying to score against them. Gavin McKenna comes down the other end and does whatever the heck that is. Dude, the puck physics don't even make sense with this thing. It's like a goal in a video game you get mad at and call it a glitch and quit. And it happened in real life. Gavin McKenna has 16 points in 9 playoff games. Isn't that wild? What's more wild is I lied. Those are only his assists. He has 22 points in 9 games. And that was one of his goals. One of his 6 goals. I think it makes it more frustrating that it's possible he's just choosing not to score. He's just setting guys up because it's more challenging. He had 41 goals in the regular season. I might not even be wrong here. Gavin McKenna, big dub, and we're not even done. Let's see another one.
Rudolph backs up towards the left side corner, has McKenna closing in. He'll play it to the corner, but McKenna's there for it first. McKenna, Michigan attempt, and he scores! Gavin McKenna! A minute and 26 seconds in, hits the Michigan, and the Tigers have a 4-goal lead. Again, this kid is absolutely insane.
I've never in my life, dude. Sorry, I'm supposed to say big dub. Okay, first of all, this dude is just casually ripping Michigans in a playoff game. Second of all, I have never seen a hockey player at any level, score a goal so nasty that you could hear both the home and visiting broadcast crew at the same time. Show it again and listen closely.
Rudolph backs up towards the left side corner, has McKenna closing in. He'll play it to the corner, but McKenna's there for it first. McKenna, Michigan attempt, and he scores! Gavin McKenna! A minute and 26 seconds in, hits the Michigan.
Everyone is screaming at the top of their lungs, including me. Also, what do you mean he did it again? Did he say he did it again? Again? If every goal this season was like that, I would believe you. I would believe just about any lore about Gavin McKenna. He's like Chuck Norris. Gavin McKenna and the Medicine Hat Tigers, 4 big dubs because they sweep and move on to the 3rd round. So that was the Medicine Hat Tigers versus the Prince Albert Raiders. Moving on to the Spokane Chiefs taking on the Victoria Royals. Now, previously mentioned Gavin McKenna, he had 41 goals. He was one of the WHL's top goal scorers. Well, Shea Van Olm of the Spokane Chiefs was the WHL's top goal scorer from the regular season, and he's continued to produce in the playoffs. Check this out.
Crystal looking. Back for Van Olm. Van Olm coming up. Toe drags, comes free. Gets out front. Van Olm shoots and scores! Shea Van Olm with a backhand. And the Chiefs had tied this game at 1 with 11:17 left in the first. Shea Van Olm with a nice toe drag move in the middle of the ice.
Golly! That's a big dub. Shea Van Olm has 9 goals in 11 games in these playoffs. 21 points. If you can believe it, Shea Van Olm is committed to Penn State next year, does not have an NHL contract. And I'm going to throw that under the category of yet. Van Olm's Spokane Chiefs win the series against the Victoria Royals 4-2. Let's move on to the Portland Winterhawks taking on the Everett Silvertips. This series is wild. And here's a name you're going to want to remember. Andre Stebatak. 17-year-old goalie in net for Portland. Doesn't even turn 18 until July. Check out this handiwork from the kid.
We'll try again, rather. Now they load it high. Jamison left on the forehand. A wrist shot. Chance shot. Oh, my! Andrei Stebatek, are you kidding me? There was a wide open net. Everett thought for sure they had that one tied, and Andrei Stebatek, the team's best penalty killer, makes the save of the series.
Oh my, what an unbelievable left pad save.
Big dub. Andrei Stebatek kicks the puck, like just gets a little bit of it, kicks it off the post. That is an unbelievable save and one worth showing you, but I'm using it as a jumping off point to talk about this kid because he's been unbelievable. The Everett Silvertips, who Stebatek and the Portland Winterhawks were playing in this series, were the regular season champions. Stebatek faced 40 or more shots in 4 games out of this 7-game series. Not only did the Portland Winterhawks, as the 5 seed, win this series, this is their 2nd straight Game 7 win in these playoffs. And not only that, it is their 2nd Game 7 win on the road. Andrei Stebatek, remember the name, big dub. Why not end with another series that went to 7, the Calgary Hitmen taking on the Lethbridge Hurricanes. And let's have a look at Calgary Hitmen goaltender Anders Miller. There's a very valuable lesson to be learned here. If you're a goaltender, oh my goodness!
Played it left side, Johnson pounds it in, and Miller out of the Calgary goal. Trying to play it first defense, hit Kindle, turned it over, shot, Miller a save! He robs Miguel Marquez! Oh, what a stop by Anders Miller! Played it left side, Johnson pounds it in, and Miller out of the Calgary goal. Trying to play it first defense, hit Kindle, turned it over, shot, Miller a save! He robs Miguel Marquez! Oh, what a stop by Anders Miller.
Apparently, if you're a goaltender, big dub and do whatever you want. Anders Miller of Anchorage, Alaska, only got into 22 games this season, but his record was sparkling. 13-4-2 with a .909 save percentage. He was big for Calgary in a series that was all over the place. Lethbridge takes games 1 and 2. Calgary takes 3, 4, and 5, but Lethbridge would stymie Calgary in games 6 and 7, holding them to just 2 goals combined. Regardless, end your season with your head held high. Anders Miller, big dub. So now what do we got? In the 3rd round, the Medicine Hat Tigers take on the Lethbridge Hurricanes. And it's the Spokane Chiefs against the Portland Winterhawks. Who do you have winning each series? Leave a comment in the comment box down below. But for now, that is it for this edition of Big Dubs. Thank you very much for watching. Click like if you like this video. Click subscribe if you really liked it. Tell all your friends. SDPN, your place for all things WHL. Whoa. Hey. Whoa. There it is. So, Steve Dangle here. SDPN YouTube channel. Click like, click subscribe. Tell all your friends. Gavin McKenna. Told you, right? Over here, as you can see, to my right, we got, this is the Leafs goal. Very, 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 very close to offside. Obviously, you can't tell where the puck is on Jake McCabe's stick. Is it on the heel? Is it on the toe? It's difficult to tell here, but if we were able to play the footage, his blade comes down and the puck isn't there. It's onside. I think most NHL teams, Ottawa Senators included, if something's offside, they'll catch it. The fact that, like, it wasn't even close, that, like, they didn't even take a timeout for it. How about the Kings game last night? What was that? So the Oilers tied it 4-4. The Kings challenged it for goalie interference, pissing into the wind. Like, Oilers get a power play and score, like, immediately because of the failed challenge. Bewildering challenge. Everyone's ripping on Jim Hiller today. Ultimately, it is his decision. But, like, as we know with the Leafs, that's assistant coaches, it's the video staff. It's that decision is made by a number of people. But it costs the Kings the game. That game is tied. You might win it still. And if you win it, you get a 3-0 series lead. Now it's 2-1, and you have another game to play in Edmonton. Ooh, uncomfortable. Sends up 2-1 after 1. Power play goal by Stutzle. Shorthanded goal by Pinto. Even strength goal by Tavares. But they weigh them all equally. Will SDPN ever have a Jays podcast? Never say never. Listen, we had a lot. Then we had less. It was not a lesson anyone enjoyed learning. We're going to do the best we can with what we have and grow from there. In the meantime, it's Saturday night, playoff hockey, Battle of Ontario. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with us, and we appreciate that. Shout out Jesse Blake. William, I'm a nervous Habs fan, but if they can't get there this year, I want to see you deliriously happy, Steve. I love that. Thank you. You beauty. You beauty. Canadian Girl 83, welcome to SDP VIP ad free. Saying shout out to the mods. Mark Lavelle, Marley's lost playoff game on a no-call goalie interference. Boo! Boo! I don't like that. Alex, Steve, which Gen 1 Pokemon would you put into a starting lineup for a playoff game? Oh. Drew goes, I'd go Snorlax in net. That's a good answer. So, for any playoff game, see, a Venusaur takes a long time to power up its most powerful attack. And I don't know if you have enough time to do that in the playoffs. Blastoise? I do love Blastoise. Underratedly, it can use Surf, Ice Beam. Charmander would take too many penalties, especially as he becomes Charmeleon and Charizard. Hitmonchan, fourth liner. That's a good answer. I mean, I feel like Mewtwo just isn't allowed, right? Mewtwo's too OP. He's way too OP. Who would you pick? Oh, the best one? Oh, okay. You're fun at parties. Super underrated, and I think they'd be great as like a fourth liner. Doug Trio. Doug Trio has like no defense, but it doesn't need it because it's always underground. And then it sneak attacks you. Sad day for the Marlies, and now they can move to Hamilton for next season if you believe the hockey rumors. So I have seen that rumor out there, and I won't lie to you. I haven't asked around about it, but no one has brought it up to me. Which, when something that loud is on the precipice of happening, I'll usually at least hear whispers about it. And I haven't heard a thing about the Marlies moving to Hamilton. $23 plaster. Not if you have a sunny day, but Tentacruel is best. Tentacruel is a good option. Kadabra and Alakazam. The psychic Pokemon were very OP. Gengar is a ghost out there. You can't use Gengar. So it's 4-on-4 to start the second period after the rough stuff at the end of the first. Benoit got a roughing penalty. So it'll be him coming out of the box and Dylan Cousins for the Sens. So that's a good trade. I think the Sens just iced the puck. Yes, they did. That's a good trade. But at the end of the 4-on-4 play, it'll be the Leafs getting a third-line defenseman out of the box and the Sens getting their second-line center. So got to be careful. I know, yeah. How many overtime winners in the playoffs does Kel McCarr have, Drew? Maybe one? Maybe? Well, Benoit has for sure one. Tavares, scrum draw. I think you give that. Yeah, you definitely give that to Pinto. Sanderson with it. Amadio gives the puck away. OEL behind his own net. Up to Riley. Riley can't get the pass over to Willie, but he gets it to Tavares, trailing the play. Tavares shoots. His shot is chopped high. Not out of play, though. Tavares gets it to Tanev at the point. Spins off of Amadio. Is back in his own zone with McCabe. Up the ice. Matthews, nice move. He's got Willie with him. Willie shoots into the glove of Ullmark for a face-off. Into Leon, he learns snipe shot. Into Leon can't be Gen 1 Pokemon. Drew goes, do you think Michael Amadio goes up the ice going, it's me, Amadio? No, I don't. I do believe he has it chirped at him, though. 1 minute and 1 second left of 4-on-4 action. Marner in for the faceoff, but loses it to Giroux. Faceoffs are 13-9 for the Sens. According to that graphic, I assume it's now 14-9. Marner to Tanev! Shot! Oh, stopped by Ullmark. 45 seconds left in 4-on-4 action. So Benny got caught for the Shawinigan handshake confirmed. Is he from Shawinigan? Stutzle goes wide. Poked at. McCabe, good read. And he's going to go up the ice with Brady Tkachuk on him. McCabe leading the rush. Loses the puck. Shabbat up the ice for Stutzle. Good stick from Marner. Stutzle gets it back. Can't get the shot off. Max Domi is out there. Zub. Shabbat with Marner on him. Stutzle. Taken down by Domi. O'Reilly, rather. I thought it was... Did Chris Cuthbert not say penalty? Oh, loses his foot. I could have swore maybe the voice in my head is louder than I thought. Anyway, there was no penalty. 17:45 to go in the second. It's now 5-on-5 action. Steven Lorentz giving chase. Takes Jake Sanderson hard into the boards. You want this from your fourth line. Lorentz gets it back from Yarncroke. Oh, he's taken down hard, but Carlo still has it. Lorentz keeps it in. Shot stopped by Ullmark. Yarncroke has it. This is a good fourth line shift here. Carlo down low to Yarncroke. Yarncroke behind the net. Benoit jumps up. He's behind the net. Believe it's Yarncroke in support with Carlo. Lawton finishes his hit on Zub. Pinto gets around his man. Benoit up the ice. Out of reach of Domi. Ullmark out of the net to play it. He's still out of the net, but it's down the ice. If you're a goaltender, oh, we almost had it. Oh boy, Sens in front. Sens with a chance. Oh, Gaudette can't get the shot off. Domi can't get it out. Boy, this third line has not had a good night so far. Pacioretty after it. Tanev up the ice for McMahon. Pacioretty. More of this. This is good. They're in the Sens corner. Tavares is out there now. Tavares, got popped in the face there by, I think that was Zetterlund. Have we said the Bash brothers of Machamp and Machoke? We probably should have. Oh, Nyes had a great chance there. His stick broke. Or I think was it Nyes or Holmberg? It must have been Holmberg. Tavares is getting a penalty for that. Get out of here. It didn't affect anything. Oh, boo. So the Sens have the puck in their own zone, and they're going to get the extra attacker out there, and if they don't score, they're going to get a power play. Oh, boy. Do we just start jinxing the net? Yeah, that's very appropriate. John Tavares going to the box, 15-13 to go in the second. The Sens with a chance to restore the 2-goal lead. I mean, it's tripping, but one thing I've said is, like, if it affects who has the puck, you should take the call or make the call. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. It was technically on the puck carrier, but it goes right on to Clevin. Like, the way I look at it is just no harm, no foul, but that's not how the rule works. It's a trip. Leafs in their own end. Sens have it at the point. They're 1-for-1. Stutzle down low. Batherson back to Stutzle. Stutzle to the point at Sanderson. Cousins, Sanderson. Stutzle, it's off his stick. Batherson, Brady Tkachuk with lots of room. In front. Oh, I thought that went in. It's in the corner, and the Leafs can't get it out. Good keep there by Dylan Cousins. Batherson tries to put it in front. Tanev, good job. Can Marner get to it? No, not quite. Stutzle. This has been all offensive zone here for the Sens. Oh, Marner gets it out! But he can't get the change. Second period, worst period to take a penalty in. Here's a chance. That's kicked wide by Jake McCabe's skate. Sanderson. This top unit's been out there the whole time for both teams. Sanderson with it at the point. Marner collects it. Oh, how's that not interference? Absolutely. Absolutely. That'll do it for the Ottawa power play. It's going to go to 4-on-4 for 41 seconds. And then it'll be a Leafs power play, and it's Jake Sanderson. This is a massive moment in the game. Tanev just deflected that. I thought I was going in. SL, isn't Mew more powerful than Mewtwo? I say original 150, not 151. But we can talk about that. McCabe does have two huge saves today, Drew. If the Leafs blow a 3-0 series lead to the Sens, is it worse than 4-1? Yes. Also, chill. So who do the Leafs throw out there? Because Matthews and Marner were out there for an eternity. So were Benoit and McCabe. Rather, Tanev and McCabe. It's Holmberg for the draw. Yeah, I guess you save all the power play, guys. Holmberg, they're kicking out Pinto. Zetterlund's going to take the draw. It's Holmberg and McMahon out there with Riley, and I can't see the other defender. I imagine it's Carlo. Yeah, that makes sense. Pinto has it. In the Leaf zone. It's down the ice. Under 30 seconds, rather 25 seconds to go in 4-on-4 action here. Less than halfway through the second. Shabbat. Oh, off the bar from Brady Tkachuk. He can't find his man. Zetterlund gets it. Flubs the pass to Shabbat. It's in the neutral zone. 10 seconds to go in 4-on-4. Jensen's just going to try to rag the puck here because the Leafs are about to get a power play. And the Sens, well, they don't dump it. It's into the corner. Kills a few seconds. Do I think that interference penalty is called in game 6 or 7? Maybe not. But I mean, like, Marner could have potentially had a breakaway there. Or at very least, like, get a lot of seconds off the clock, get it down the ice. The Sens got an advantage from the interference. Willie gains the zone, hands it off to JT. JT down low, in front! Matthews, where is it? Omar covers it up. Oh, great chance there. 40 seconds to go in this Leafs power play. 1, 2, 3, 4 to go in the second. 12:34. Andrew Gill, Lieutenant Surge's coach. No, Lieutenant Surge was an idiot. Lieutenant Surge had Pokemon who were useless against other types of Pokemon. Like, a fire type can hurt a water type. An electric type cannot touch a ground type. Tavares. Is it ground or rock or both? Matthews. Can't get it to the point. Willie with it, less than 30 seconds. 25 seconds to go in this power play. Willie up the ice for Matthews. Tries to gain the zone with speed. Does. Slows it down. Hands it off to Willie. His shot is blocked. And now here comes Giroux. He's got Nylander on him, though. Turns the Sens around, but Shabbat has it with Sanderson in the box. And the Sens will kill this abbreviated power play for the Leafs. That's a big kill with Sanderson in the box. 2 shots in that power play. Shots 14-11 in favor of the Leafs. Score 2-1 for the Sens. Pacioretty off the boards for Domi and Benoit. Oh, they almost combine again. Domi tries to get around Nick Cousins. Doesn't work. Simone Benoit is easily the funniest story of the series. Nick Cousins has one glove on his hands. Clevin holds the line. In front. No one gets a piece of that. On again into the glove of Stolarz. Fifth edition of the Battle of Ontario, says Chris Cuthbert. Doesn't even seem real. What do you think, Drew? SDPN YouTube channel. I'm Steve Dangle. This watch along is brought to you by SportChek. Click like, click subscribe, tell all your friends. Let me tell you a little bit about SportChek. Let me get your attention with, hey! You like playoff hockey? I know you do. I know you do, buddy. Then let me remind you that SportChek is your destination to gear up for playoff season. And hey, if you're in Etobicoke or the Greater Toronto area, SportChek has opened a new concept store like you've never seen before in Etobicoke on North Queen Street. They're hosting a grand opening weekend, May 3rd and 4th. That is very soon. I know because I looked at my calendar. And it'll be featuring Coach Chippy. We love that. Hockey Benders. We love that. And Chris Boucher from the Raptors. We love that. SportChek, who is hosting the Steve Dangle podcast tomorrow at the SportChek at Maple Leaf Square. $4,200 of you in here, 1,700 likes. Those numbers don't add up. Let's get over 2,000, please. If you want to leave a super chat or gift memberships or whatever you want, get a membership of your own. Bottom right corner of the chat, there's a little $sign, and it'll give you a bunch of options in there. If you're on mobile, there may be fewer options, but if you're on desktop, you should have them all. That was an iPhone issue, right? Or was it Android? I can't remember. 11:10 to go in the second. Face-off in the Leaf zone. Looks like they had a screwed up draw there. They're going to have to put time back on the clock. $11:11 to go in the second period. Make a wish. Okay, I know what mine is. Thoughts on the Habs game yesterday? It was bloody chaos. And now with the goaltending, it's wide open. Steven Lorentz, Scott Laughton, Steven Lorentz can't get it to Yarncroke. This fourth line's been a factor tonight in a very positive way. Sends down the ice. Stoller's out to play it to Carlo, who goes all the way up the ice. Allmark out of his net to play it. Both goalies got a touch of the puck here. Anyone worried? Everyone worried, but watch Leafs win again 3-2 in OT. We'll see. Here comes Stutzle. Drops it for Sanderson. That's behind the net. Sanderson scored in the Four Nation Faceoff final. No one remembers because the States lost. Matthews almost scored in the Four Nation Faceoff final. Everyone remembers because the States lost. Here's Jensen. Down low. Sens have done a much better job getting close to the net this game. Zub. Blocked. Sens get it. Oh, not quite. This might be something for Nyes. It's a breakaway for Nyes. It might be a penalty shot, but he scores! Matthew friggin' Nyes ties the game at 2, just over halfway through regulation. The Leafs down 2-0. A power play goal against, a short-handed goal against, roar back at the halfway mark of this game with 2 even strength goals to tie it. What a play from Nyes. And that's Artem Zuby gets around. What a goal. I love this kid. Sign him to 1 billion years. Sign him to 8 years. Sign him to 10. And if Gary Bettman has anything to say about it, you friggin' don't send him a birthday card. Tavares tries to get it to Holmberg now. Allmark misplays it slightly. Willie leaves with a little bit of pep in their step. Tavares has the puck taken off him. Here comes Giroux. His pass doesn't connect. That's a good stick there from McCabe. He's having a pretty good game. In front. Oh, Brady Tkachuk almost got that. Willie misplays it. It hit his feet. Down low. Where does that go? It's in the air. It's out of the zone. It's in the neutral zone. Justin Fisher, 10 SDPN memberships for the Nyes goal. Wes Richard, 5 SDPN memberships for the Nyes goal. Thank you to the both of you beauties. Sends down low in the Leafs end. Cousins gets it deep. Drew says, is it crazy to say Nyes might be their best 5-on-5 player? Oh, man. Drew, the candidates for that title, it's pretty steep. Not yet. But he's the fact he's even, that's even a conversation possible to have is wild. Even if your answer is no. Pacioretty is having a bull on a China shop shift here. McMahon and Domi behind the Sens net. Domi in front. Gets it to the point. No, it's out of the reach of McMahon. Stoller's way out of his net to play it to OEL. OEL into the neutral zone for Domi. It won't be icing. Marner. Top line trying to get on the ice. Go Leaves go, says Jay Sizzles. That's a great point, Jay Sizzles. 8 minutes to go in the second. Why is Domi still out there? Get off. Get off. The Leafs sometimes struggle with the line change in the second period. Vito Lamb says, our house. Just wait. Just wait. Game ain't won yet. Matthews in front to Nyes, but not the good kind. It's in front of his own net. Riley gets it all the way down the ice. Matthews to Nyes. Gosh, this line is great. Marner! Oh, stopped by Allmark. Not very confidently, though. Matthews, great stick on Ridley Gregg. Marner, just out of his reach. Benoit racing for it with Amadio. And that'll be icing? Icing. Yeah, Amadio just ate the boards, according to Drew. I mean, it's tough customer, man. James David Atkinson, what did I say? Time to recover now. And it's time to swing the friggin' axe. Finish them. Go, Leafs, go. There's so much time. 7 minutes and 15 seconds to go in the second period. Whoa! Cassie, my contribution to the Steve Needs to Buy a Matthew Nyes Jersey Fund. Hello, everyone. I'm just popping in, but I hope everyone is doing well and has a lovely night. Much love and good night all. Cassie, that is extremely kind and thoughtful. Thank you. Can we get a Cassie clan in the chat? William Nylander is blocked. Cassie clan. Drew. Giroux. Sorry, I'm very used to saying Drew. Anyway, Leafs have it in the neutral zone. Tavares slaps it in. Willie goes after it. Nyes is more of a Brian Bickle. Is Nyes more of a Brian Bickle or Matt Bolesky? Wasn't Bickle the one who was good? I'm going to go with Bickle. I noticed the game shifted after Costco gravy was brought up. I'm not superstitious, but I'm a little stitious. I was thinking the same thing. Sens. Intercepted by Yarncroke. Oh, but here come the Sens on a 3-on-2. It's their top line. Stutzle, Batherson, Tkachuk. Pass goes through everybody. Stutzle gets it now. Feeds the point. Montemapalo. Shabbat. On gloved by Stoller. 6:08 to go in the second period. Is Nyes their most playoff built forward? I mean, he has skill, speed, and hits like a truck. So, yeah. And I wouldn't call him injury prone. He's been injured a few times, but they were all pretty understandable. To call them non-contact injuries would be a lie. Steve Dangle here. SDPN YouTube channel. Watch along, brought to you by SportChek. Click like, click subscribe, tell all your friends. Cassie, you better send me a pic when you get one. Good night. Man, I tell you what. A Nyes jersey should be high on any Leafs fans' list of demands. Leafs have been in the lead for so much of the series. I think everyone forgot how dangerous they can be when they're hunting for a goal. Absolutely. I was thinking the same thing tonight. Like, what if the Sens go up? Well, we haven't really seen what the Leafs look like when they need to hunt. Alberta Gamer, in my pool, I have Jets over the Leafs in 6. You know how frazzled I am? I thought you meant like an actual pool, in your yard. Thanks for that info, though. Superman, welcome to STP VIP. Gary Hall gifted 5 STPN memberships. If you got gifted a membership from anyone tonight, you say Dunka. James David Atkinson just realized I never watched the Leafs season without 23. Wow, so you got into being a Leafs fan when Nyes joined the team. Wow. 3 goals on 5 shots in 2025 playoffs. Face-off in the Leafs end, goes through the blue paint and into the corner. Sens have it at the point. Sanderson, that goes wide. Nyes after it. Yarncroke has gone to the dressing room. Oh, dear. Puck goes down the ice. David Fisher, Willie looking very bottom 6 tonight. Oh, I don't know about that. Like, derogatory or complimentary? Here comes Nyes. Tavares chasing after it. Bodies Jensen. Can't get it back to the point. 5:30 to go in the second of this 2-2 game 4 between the Leafs and Sens. Off the side of the net. Tanev. Cross to McCabe. McCabe to a streaking William Nylander. Gains the zone with speed. What's he going to do? Hands it to the point. McCabe. Where'd it go? It's at the side of the net now. Willie around. Is McCabe back there yet? He's not, but OEL is. A very loud F-bomb. I'm not sure from who. Willie. Holmberg! That one goes through the blue paint and wide. Domi. I think Berube has the blender out. Willie off the side of the net. Domi. Nylander at the point. Was looking to change. Ekman Larson keeps it deep, as I assume the Leafs will try to complete the change. There's Pacioretty. So is it Holmberg, Domi, Pacioretty? Is that what I'm seeing? Well, I guess Berube has to get the blender out if Yarncroke's hurt or in the dressing room. Oh! Almost misplayed behind the net by Shabbat. Here comes, is that Mutton? Paulo leading the rush. In front, Stolarz hits it behind the net. Benoit, good spin off of Cousins, but Batherson gets to it. Feels like Pacioretty maybe could have got that. He gets this one. Gets it to McMahon. It goes through Clevin, and McMahon gets to it first because he's Bobby McMahon. The McManimal. Sens have to 2-on-1 him to get the puck off him. Dylan Cousins up the ice for Batherson. Into the corner for Riley. 3:45 to go in the second. Riley rings it around. It goes out of play. 3:41 to go in the second period. Learning languages Turbolinga. Thank you to the SDPN team members who back up Steve on this great channel. The playoffs are so much more fun with Steve and Adam hosting games. Thank you. Merci. Quitos. Gracias. Sheshe. Arigato. Obrigado. Taksamukiet. I used to have a note on my phone of ways to say thank you that I would end my tours at the zoo with. For those of you who don't know, I'm sure you do know, I used to work at the zoo, and I used to do the tour on the back of the bus. And by the end of my time at the zoo, I had like 25, 30 ways of saying thank you. And those are ones I just did from memory. Now understanding the unwavering belief in Nyes. Yeah, you ought to. Emo Jalapeno. When the Leafs win tonight, Stolarz will tie. Whoa, you calm down. We'll tie Jack Campbell for most consecutive wins by a Leaf goalie. Holy Stoli. Wow. And Nyes is always awesome. It just so happens my favorite number is 23. Either way, here's hoping for the third line to pick it up a bit. Let's go! And if you want to get a Nyes jersey or any jersey lettered, you can get that done lickety-split at the SportChek at Maple Leaf Square. They lettered a jersey for me recently, and I loved it. Lana is putting Klava. What flag is that? Is that? I'm not able to. Is that Croatia? I'm not sure. From Heather. Steve, Drew, SDPN, and Dangle Navy, may I request from all of you the good vibes as I walk into Ball Arena. Go Avs, go. Hope everyone has a great playoff night. Good luck with the Brooms. Good luck to you and the Avs, Heather. Shots 8-1 for the Leafs in this period. Attempts overall are 36-27 for the Sens. Yeah, tell Heather we don't want overtime so Drew can watch. Yarncroke is back out there. Fourth line reunited. Oh, airmailed into the slot. Unfortunately, behind Steven Lorentz. Yarncroke sticks his butt out. Lawton back there. Giroux all over him. And Stutzle will lead the breakout for the Sens. McCabe behind the net. Good read there by Lorentz on Stutzle. Yarncroke deflects it as he goes for a change. Come and do a live show at the NHL store in New York City. That is a cool idea. Clevin around Zub. Nyes gets a piece of that. Where'd the puck go? Camera guy has no idea. McCabe way up the ice. Out of the reach of Marner, and it's icing. 2:40 to go in the second. I don't think anyone's been trapped out there very long. The top line just got out there. Hey, the Canadian election is in 2 days. Vote! I'm not telling you who to vote for. Vote! Voter turnout sucks. Make sure it doesn't suck. Early voting was great. Great. Just vote. Face off in the Leafs' end. It's Oh, I see. Lawton is out there with Nyes and Marner. Nyes gronking behind the Sens net. Matthews is out there now. Marner feeds Riley at the point. On! That is deflected wide. Where is it? Carlo. Riley at center ice. Flings it into the Sens zone. Marner! Puck taken off him by Greg, who loses an edge there for a moment, but he dumps it into the Leaf zone. Riley being pursued there by Amadio. Pinto. He's got a man in front. Good read by Matthews. Riley leads the rush. Fires it into the glove of Ullmark as the Leafs get a change in. Nylander's out there now. Holmberg. Nylander can't get the puck. Pinto leads the rush for the Sens. They fling it around the boards there. Perron after it. Off the half wall of Willie, who just chops it down the ice. So this will probably be, not icing. Minute 30 to go in the second period here. That looked like a bit of a careless play from Willie, but it ended up working out. Benoit off the boards. The Leafs are offside right now. Yeah, it's offside. Sens might argue this should come all the way down. I'm not sure they're going to win that battle. Oh! Batherson gives Lawton a shot. Minute 17 to go in the second. 2-2 is your score. 18-11 are the shots. When was the Sens' last shot on goal? They've been sniffing. They've been around. They've had ozone time. They've made shot attempts, but that's been at 11 for quite some time, hasn't it? Leading in shots in this economy, go Leafs go. Wore Leafs gear all day in the Boston area, and everyone is rooting for us. What? Rooting for us or you? You know what I mean? Maybe they just really like you. Let Tim have his day. Yarncroak looked like might have got stitched up. Face off outside the Sens zone. Leafs win that draw. Tanev dumps it. Lorentz trying to get after it. Puck misplayed there slightly by Jensen, and it might have given the Leafs just enough time. Yeah, Lorentz in there. Jensen being attacked. Under a minute to go in the second period now. 2-2 game. Here comes Stutzle through the neutral zone. Rings it around. Stolarz comes out to play it and gets it to Jake McCabe. Ooh, eludes Stutzle cleverly there. Stutzle with an extremely late hit on McCabe. I know it wasn't a very impactful one, but there's Stutzle. Yarncrow, good job, but Stutzle holds the line. Tanev, great stick. Lawton tries to yeet it out. It doesn't work. Stutzle sets up his man. That doesn't make its way through. 20 seconds to go. On from Shabbat. Stopped in front. Tanev just airmail it. And he doesn't. That's why he makes the big bucks. Gets it to McCabe. Back to Tanev. Leafs content to just run the period down. McCabe just sends it into the neutral zone. Leafs get it down. And that will do it for a rather eventful second period. Sens fans were chanting Marner's leaving. It is pretty good. You know what? They're down 3-0 in the series. Pull out all the stops. I don't hate that. Pull out all the stops. Steve Dangle on the SDPN YouTube channel. Click like, click subscribe. Tell all your friends. We're at 1,984 likes. That is bothering me. It's free and it takes a second. Please get us up over 2,000. It helps us out immensely. If you're enjoying the entertainment for free, just give it a little click. Just a little click. Emo Jalapeno. Oops, I was wrong. Stolarz is tied with Jack. Michael Sanders. I watched the Game 7 stream last year in a lonely motel after my godmother's funeral. Oh my gosh. I hope all at SDPN are repaid for the welcome distraction with a deep playoff run, except True, because go Stars. I had no idea where that was going. That is ruthless. Oh. Hey, how about all my family members who asked me to help them with their hockey pool every year? who are very mad at me right now. Because I told them to pick a lot of Avs. Tim M gifting 10 SDPN memberships. You beauty. Love that. We're going to throw to a break real quick. We're going to show you a clip. What is the clip, by the way? Oh, it's from yesterday's SDP VIP where we talk about the Minecraft movie. After we return from this clip, we are going to be doing trivia through the Spark app. If you want to take part in the trivia, please click the link in the description. We will put it in the chat as well. Are you smart? Are you smarter than me? Are you smarter than Adam? Well, we're going to have to wait and see. There are prizes up for grabs. There's going to be a grand prize. Maybe there's going to be prizes for everyone. There have been the last few times. I actually don't know. What are the prizes tonight? The grand prize is a Connor McDavid 4 Nation Face-Offs figure. And do we have anything else? Yes, we do. A discount to the SDPN shop. You're going to want that. So here's the clip. And when we come back, we're going to have trivia.
Minecraft, when it was released, or you know how they have that, like the reporters can all watch it the week before and then they're embargoed and then they so it was by a bunch of people that review movies who are all people our age and up.
Which is stupid.
Yeah, they shouldn't be the ones reviewing a movie like this.
No, get like an 11-year-old to review the Minecraft movie.
So they all said it's the worst. It's one of the worst storylines. It doesn't make sense. They're talking in gibberish. It's all brain rot. First week, it makes $80 million.
But isn't it sort of like, okay, remember when we did Hockey Night in Cinema in London?
Mm-hmm.
They were talking about having screenings of the movie The Room.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And people would go and they would watch this hunk of shit movie and they would throw spoons at the screen and it was just this thing. And with Minecraft, it's the same thing. Like, don't people like throw, like, what's Chicken Jockey? I don't understand.
So Chicken Jockey is a thing
old.
that's, so essentially the TikTok, because you know, remember last year there was like the Gentle Minions, so people would get dressed up as gentlemen and then go to the Minions movie.
Yes.
In this one, Chicken Jockey is something that Jack Black yells out during the trailer. And he, so for whatever reason, it became a thing where when he says Chicken Jockey in the movie, everybody loses their mind and starts throwing candy and popcorn and drinks. And like literally like it's like, you know, last night the Leafs won in overtime as of this recording and they were throwing popcorn in the air. Like it's just like that. And so it's become sort of a thing. But my wife took Everly a couple of days ago.
Oh boy.
Everly loved it. 5 years old, gonna be 6 soon. Absolutely loved it, thought it was one of the best movies she's ever seen.
You're right, it was for her.
Yeah.
It was for her. It's done like double or triple what they thought it was going to do. And so when they released this movie, everybody was like, they will never release anything close to this again. This could hurt Jack Black and Jason Momoa's career. Now it's looking like, and this is 2 or 3 weeks later, it's going to get a second and a third movie.
Oh, it probably like saved their career because Jack Black hasn't his popularity taken a hit.
I don't know.
The past year.
Oh, I guess there was that political thing, but I don't think it's
with
really
Tenacious D.
Yeah.
And, but kids don't care about Tenacious D. They're like, yeah, Chicken Jockey.
Yeah.
Woo! They don't give a shit.
And then the other one, which is a big one, which is brewing, is the Michael B. Jordan movie.
Well, on Minecraft movie, like that doesn't make any sense to me about when people like write articles about a kid's movie and they're judging it from from any perspective that an adult would have. Who cares?
It was rather
like they
disjointed.
Take your kids to the movie, and if they enjoyed it, then you had a good time.
Yeah.
Like I never get that. Like why do people care about the critical reception of a children's movie?
Yeah.
You should honestly like pitch to your boss like, I am 37, so I had my 11-year-old cousin review the Minecraft movie, and here's what they said, and you just quote them.
Yeah, or it's just like, do you think a kid might enjoy this? Or who cares whether the adult thinks anything? Just go take your kids to it. Because I'm not I never played Minecraft. Like, I'm not no audience for this. I didn't grow up playing Minecraft, but I'm sure a kid who played Minecraft is like, cool, there's a movie about this game I played. I want to go see that. Yep. Who cares about the storyline or anything? It's just it's a weird thing to do as an adult to be like, I'm going to review this movie.
Yeah, it's risen slightly, but it's now at only 48%. On the tomato meter for Rotten Tomatoes, so that aggregates all the but the popcorn meter, so people who are people that go as fans, 87%,
which is what matters.
87%.
Gives a shit.
Yeah,
I want to know why those movie writers thought it was important to review Minecraft.
I'll have a look here. Let me pull some up. The film's anarchy might reflect a lot of younger players' first experience with Minecraft, where the destruction can be just as fun as the creation. Missing on the big screen, meanwhile, is the odd, remote atmosphere that drew me in. This movie is as if Napoleon Dynamite directed it, but not Jared. For a wildly imaginative world-building project, the film is mostly ghastly to look at. If the possibilities of the world are endless, why does it devolve into violent, ugly, boring warfare?
You're a nerd.
A Minecraft movie...
You use the word ghastly to describe Minecraft. Reevaluate your life.
A Minecraft movie feigns creativity by hollowing out a name brand and inserting zombified storylines that do little to capitalize or cannibalize the name.
Like, these people who write these things should have their heads dunked in a toilet.
You should be banned from every... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, buddy. Here we are. Trivia. The Spark app. Click like, click subscribe. Tell all your friends. Tell all your friends. Tell all your friends. I'm turning off the game feed in my headphones because that was screwing me up. All right. Scan the QR code on your screen, or you can click the link in the description or in the chat to join Trivia with the Spark app. If this is your first time, welcome. If it's not, welcome back. Grand prize is a Connor McDavid Team Canada 4-Nation Face-Off figure from McFarlane Toys. I love it, and I'm jealous of you. McFarlane sent us these. I don't even know if... Are they for sale? I haven't seen it yet. I've seen the Matthews one. I'm jealous. I want this. I have a McDavid Oilers one. Do not care. Don't care. I want the Canada one. And everyone else, am I correct in saying, is going to get 15% off at the SDPN shop? Oh, I am correct. That is a big deal. Drew, what are you thinking? Do we give people more time or what? We'll give you another roughly minute. Another roughly minute. The number of people is climbing. Make sure you're one of them. So there's 8 questions. We'll let you know who's the leader after 4. And these questions come up with by Justin Fisher, our social lead, are hard. So if you get one wrong, maybe even 2, you might still be able to win. It's based on whether or not you get the answer correct. And it's also based on how quickly you answer. They use that as a tiebreak through the points system. Drew, what do you think? We are ready. Here we go. Who led the 4-Nation face-off in points? A, Sidney Crosby. B, Zach Werenski. C, Connor McDavid. D, Jake Gensel. Sorry, the new format tripped me up. Drew gets in my ear. He goes, read. The answer is Zach Werenski, only 24% of you got it. See what I meant? See what I mean by it was hard? Zach Werenski led the way with 6 points, all assists. Crosby and McDavid had 5. Let's go to number 2. Which of these teams did not compete in the Four Nation faceoffs? A, Canada, B, USA, C, Sweden, D, Czechia. I tell you what, you better all get this right. Answer is Justin Fisher's notes. I'm going to make sure I read this, Justin. He loves his notes. Czechia did not compete in the Four Nation faceoff. 100%. I don't think I've ever seen that. Every single one of you got it. Good for you. Number 3. Who coached Team Canada at the Four Nations? A, John Cooper. B, Paul Maurice. Prison Rules Paul. C, Rick Tocchet. D, Peter DeBoer. Or Pete DeBoer. I don't know if I've ever heard anyone call him Peter. And the answer is Mr. Got Jokes himself. He had jokes today. John Cooper. 87% of you got that one. So a popular answer, but not everybody. Let's go to number 4. This is the halfway mark right here. Which NHL team sent the most players to the Four Nations? A, Vegas. B, Toronto. C, Tampa Bay. D, Florida. And the answer is, wow, I can't believe the answer. Florida sent the most players, 8 in total, to the Four Nations. 35% of you. Tampa was actually the most common answer, and that's a very Canadian answer on account of like half of Team Canada's roster was either the Lightning or the Avs. Who is on our leaderboard at the halfway mark? Producer Drew. So we got Dylan, number 1 at 476 points. Steven at 469, and Rocket Man 0127 tied with Steven actually at 469. Anton is also tied. Wow, we got a 3-way tie for second. Aaron is right there, just 1 point behind. Boy, this is tight. A lot of people could win this thing. Let's go on to number 5. Where was the Four Nations final played? A, Boston, Massachusetts. B, Montreal, Quebec. C, Toronto, Ontario. D, Washington, D.C. There were 2 locations. And the answer is, while the tournament was split between Montreal and Boston, the final took place at TD Garden. 84% of you got that one. Now, this is where we separate the pack. Number 6. This is a tough one. Who led the Four Nations in penalty minutes? A, Brady Tkachuk. B, Matthew Tkachuk. C, JT Miller. D, Brandon Hagel. All of those players got a fighting major. I can't believe the answer. The answer is JT Miller. Wow, the least popular answer, 19% of you. He had just 7. So he had the fight and 1 minor. and he led the tournament. Oh, yeah, Justin's a Leafs fan. He put Matthews Tkachuk. Yeah, I know I'm a Leafs fan, Drew. I didn't even notice. Number 7. Which goaltender faced the most shots at the Four Nations? A, Connor Hellebuck. B, Jordan Binnington. C, Jussi Saros. Or D, Philip Gustafsson. Time is up, and the answer is Jordan Binnington. He faced 107 shots and had a save percentage of .907. Saros might have faced more per game, I'm not sure, but Binnington played all 4 games for Canada. There are only 2 contestants who have gone 7 for 7 so far. Should I say who it is? It's between Dylan and Aaron, but who knows? Maybe they got number 8 wrong. Who scored the game-winning OT goal in the Four Nations final? A, Connor McDavid. B, Brady Tkachuk. C, Nathan MacKinnon. D, Sidney Crosby. The golden goal. The answer is McDavid alone in front. Scores! Scores! He scores! Connor McDavid alone in front! Connor McDavid alone in front! So here's what's great. McDavid got 92%. The one person who picked Brady Tkachuk, I'm almost positive you clicked it by accident. So, who is our winner? Dylan. Wow, very close. Dylan leading the pack, 950 points. We are not worthy. Only 2 people got over 900. It was Dylan and Aaron. C had 842. Anton at 822. Rocketman at 821. Wow. See what I mean about getting every one of them? If I'm not mistaken, only 2 contestants got every answer out of over, I believe that was over 400. Very, very competitive. So if you ever join these and you ever get one wrong, don't you dare leave, because it's not over till it's over. And everyone else, so sorry. Dylan, you get a Connor McDavid Team Canada Four Nation Face-Off figure from McFarlane Toys, and everyone else gets 15% off at the STPN shop. Go to stpn.ca. Check out our shop. There's lots of good stuff in there. Sweatpants. You need a hat for the summer, a little dangled Navy action. We got LFR merch. We got STPN Pride merch still, created by Joe Dabney. We got hoodies. You never think you need one at a cottage, and you always do. You know, it's Canada. There's lots there. Brian. Hey, Steve, love your content. I'm from Vancouver. Brought a broom with me to the bar to watch the game. Go Leafs, go. Oh, everyone must have loved you when it was 2-0. What's your key to winning the third? Making Stolar's life easy. Leafs are the better team. Since it was 2-0, they're the better team. Steve outed himself as a StarCraft nerd on the podcast. Do we get a Zerg rush in the chat, or would that be lame? Do it! I don't even know exactly what you mean, but do it. I know. Don't you mean a Zergling rush? Anyway, third period is underway. That's a Zergling, Lester. Smaller type of Zerg. They ain't be out this far unless... Oh, shit. I love you, Sarge. Matthews, behind the net. Was that? Zoltan? Oh, how dare you? That's not StarCraft. That's Dude, Where's My Car? Producer Drew. You silly goose. Riley with it in his own end. Gives it to Carlo, gives it to Riley. Gives it to with the feet of William Nylander. Skates around Dylan Cousins. Up the ice. Willie's had a real up and down game. McCabe out there. Tavares in the middle of the ice. He leads the rush for Toronto. He drives the net. Oh, he throws it backwards. Couldn't find Willie. Finds Brady Tkachuk's stick. It's on the stick of Dylan Cousins through the neutral zone now. Partial 3-on-2. Sens can't get the pass through, and it's covered up by Stolar's. 18:40 to go in the third period. Score is 2-2. Shots are 18 rather to 11 for the Leafs. D-zone draw. Sens having a little chat before the face-off. Scott Lawton out there to take the draw. He's got Lorenz and Yarncroke with him. This is the fourth line of the Sens as well. Face-off won by Shabbat. Thrown up the ice. Is it going to be icing? It is. So they're just going to have to do that all over again. 18:32 to go in the third period. Drew's going, someone score. Someone score. He doesn't care who wins. He just doesn't want it to go to overtime. And then there's me. I do care who wins. And I think I'd prefer it if it didn't go to overtime. They didn't like that faceoff. They're going to try it again. The Leafs had the faceoff advantage 19-15, but the Sens win that one. Shabbat with it at the point. That one goes into the corner. Oh, chopped wide by Fabian Zetterlund. Trade deadline acquisition from the San Jose Sharks, and I was really mad at the Sharks for that. Benoit leading the team out. Gets it to Lawton, who rings it around. Lorentz can't get it off Shabbat. Zetterlund plays it with his hand. That skips over McCabe's stick. He's got a linesman in the way. Tanev. Just 2 minutes into the third here. Lots of time left. Marner to Matthews. Just out of reach. Nyes in to get it. Plays it back to Matthews. Around for Marner. Marner. Matthews! That's blocked! Oh, what a shot. Is this going to be enough for icing? It is, because the puck was rolling on its side. Otherwise, it might not have had the juice. Interesting moment in this game. Do you just keep the Matthews line out there? It's an ozone draw. They've been out there for a little bit, but not that long. Or do you get the Domi line out there? Oh, geez, Clevin took that up high. It is indeed the Domi line. Leafs lose that draw. Pacioretty throwing the body. McMahon. Whoa! Pacioretty really throwing the body there. I think that was Martin Paulo on the receiving end. No, it couldn't have been. It was someone, and they didn't like it. Here comes David Perron, noted Alan Walsh client. Oh, good move. Stolarz directs it wide. Pacioretty collects it in his own end. Tries to flip it up for McMahon. McMahon racing with Jensen. McMahon first on it. 2-on-1 as the Leafs change. Jensen up the ice. That is in the Leaf zone on the stick of Oliver Ekman-Larsson. John Tavares in the neutral zone. Tries to get it to a friendly stick. He gets it onto his own. That's friendly. Out of the reach of Holmberg. When does the book My Journey from Leafs losing to a Zamboni driver to startled Cup champs come out? I think you meant Stanley Cup champs, but startled Cup champs is way funnier. Oh, that was Max Pacioretty on Ridley Gregg, and Gregg is pissed. He tried to break his stick on the bench, and it didn't work. Matthews did it, no problem. You gotta... Come on, man. Come on. You've never broken a Ridley Gregg stick before? Face off at center ice. Lawton versus Gaudette. Gaudette wins that. Martin Paulo dumps it. Yarn Croak just gets it over the line, but Perron collects it. Here comes Nick Cousins. Tanev. Blech. I hate this camera angle. It's never good. You never know where the puck is. Perron puts it on. Rebound for Cousins. He's not able to get the shot off thanks to the defense of Kalle Yarncroak. Lawton battling for it. Cousins gets it. McCabe, good job getting it to Tanev. God, I love this pair. Tanev up the ice. Leafs get out of their own zone. Is that going to be enough for icing? It is. 15:40 to go in the third. I'm still laughing at startled Cup champs. Oh! 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 They won. That would startle me. Sends top line out there. Off this icing. Face-off probability. Sportsnet gives to Giroux. Lawton wins it clean. Giroux. Drew campaigned to the ref. He didn't like the drop. Can you tell me the YouTube chat poll? Played. Lawton wins it again. Leafs can't get it out, though. Sanderson holds the line. That's blocked by Lawton. Tanev bumped. The poll says Stanley Cup champs or Startle Cup champs. Or don't even joke about that. Who won? Oh, it's still being voted on? Startled Cup champs? It's really funny. I want a Startled Cup champ merch if they, Oh! Drew centered it. Sanderson! That one goes wide. Zub! I'm sorry for screaming like that. I was startled. Startled Cup champs. Carlo. Marner gets it in his own end. Riley around for Carlo. Get it out! Amadio after it. Greg. Come on. Carlo finds Riley. Get it? It's in the neutral zone and out, which I suppose I will take. Here comes Stutzle, though. In on Benoit. Benoit takes him into the corner. Matthews helps take the puck off him. Zetterlund gets it back. He rings it around. Amadio sends, trying to cycle the puck here. Dylan Cousins behind the Leafs net. Puck stripped. Geez, Leafs really having trouble getting out here. And this is the top line. I think the Sens just trying to wear them down. Nyes watching the front of the net. Oh, Marner to Benoit, who airmails it. Can't get it out. Shabbat wide. Riley chops at it. Whoop. Jensen to Shabbat. Shabbat on. Stop by Stolers. There is a rebound. Nyes gets it. Off the boards, and the Leafs will get the change third period, so it's back to the short change instead of the long one from the second, which the Sens have done a really good job utilizing in this series. Rung around the boards and on to Linus Ullmark. Leafs win the cup. Leafs have Steve has no voice ever, 100%. My wife watched Matthew Tkachuk's late hit and asked which Leaf he hit. God made me think of you complaining about the Bolts colors. That's really funny. Leafs. Oh, that's walking the line. They're in the neutral zone. Tavares. Over, way over for Brandon Carlo. Fakes the shot. He's deeper than he usually likes to be. And he retreats. McCabe collects it. Willie. Holmberg. Willie shoots. Where is it, Holmberg? Oh, Willie wasn't in the right spot. But how was he to know? And now here comes David Perron. He's got a path. Stopped by Stolers. There's a rebound. There's a shot. Oh, David Perron scores off the feed from Artem Zub. The Leafs had a chance at one end, and the Sens take the lead at the other. 12-28 to go in Game 4. Can the Sens hang on and extend this series, extend their season? We will see. So Willie takes the shot. Holmberg gets it. Willie, instead of parking in front, goes around. Brady Tkachuk steamrolls Pontus Holmberg. Perron does a good job. Good stop from Stolars. Leafs not able to handle the bouncing puck. McCabe loses Perron, but that's an unreal pass from Artem Zub. And Perron almost missed it. Quick jump on the pole, Drew. Well done. And yes, it was intentional. Puck is dropped. Noted Alan Walsh client David Perron gives the Sens their second lead of the game. Pacioretty behind the Sens net, in front. No Leaf there to get it. Here comes Zetterlund. Bodied off the puck by Benoit. Over to OEL. OEL up the ice for Domi. It's in his feet. He hits it to McMahon, and they call that offside. 11:56 to go in the third. Man, you got to give the Sens credit. In the second half of games in this series, especially game 2, especially game 3, the Leafs have done a really good job of limiting the Sens shots, but the Sens have found a way to score regardless. They found a way to score in the third in game 2. They found a way to score in game 3. And they found a way to score here in game 4. They also scored in the third in game 1, but Leafs won 6-2, so I'm not sure I'm going to give them a participant ribbon on that one. Shout out my brother-in-law and sister-in-law who got their butts kicked in trivia last time, but they can hang their hat on. They did get the JT Miller answer correct. Steve Dangle here on the SDPN YouTube channel. We are doing a watch-along for Game 4, and it's brought to you by SportChek. Click like, click subscribe. Tell all your friends. All your friends. All your friends. Who ties it up for the Leafs, folks? Who ties it up for the Leafs? Drew says no one, because he doesn't want it to go to overtime. Justin, Willie requires more Vespine gas. That is a good StarCraft reference. Hey, I'm sad because the Leafs are losing this game currently. So please make me feel better by clicking like on the stream. Over 5,000 people here in the chat, but only 2,300 likes. How dare you? Is that a dog? There's a dog in the stands. Scott Lawton wins that draw. Carlo rings it around. It dies along the boards. What happened there? Very advantageous for the Sens there. Lawton gets in the neutral zone, though. Lorentz shoots it. That one goes wide. Tkachuk collects it in his own end. Good job holding the zone there. Lorentz knocked to the ice. Holds on to the puck, though. Yarncroke and Lawton going to work. This fourth line's so good. Lawton goes around the net. Shoots! Oh, he threw it through the blue paint. Carlo gets it. Over to Riley. Riley. Carlo. Down low. Maybe looking for a tip. Doesn't get it. Yarncroke. Wow, great work from this line. Clevin doesn't have a stick right now. Stutzle knocked to the ice by Lawton. Lorentz. Has it knocked off his stick, and the Sens will break out and change. They dump it. That was a tiring shift. Good work from the fourth line. Very good work. Wonder what Berube does with the bench. Nyes is out there now. Marner has the puck hit through his legs, and the Sens get it out. Stingy series, man. Offside, but it's because Nyes was tied up with Zub. They're never going to call that. Didn't I say it? Zub is... I mean, yeah, Nyes... You know what? Nyes was holding on to him until he realized he needed to get offside. Or onside, rather. Yeah, there's some blame to go around there. Canadian Girl 83. Have you been watching Sesame Street with Leo? Sounds like you made up new words. With tell almost your friends. Did I say that? Did I say that? We watch Sesame Street sometimes. It's not his favorite, though. McMahon is out there with Tavares and Nylander. Batherson dumps it. Benoit with him. That's a high stick. No call. I don't think there's going to be a power play for the rest of the game. Willie up the ice. Allmark plays it out to center ice. Tanev. McCabe dumps it. Under 10 minutes to go here in the third. Nyes hat trick and game winner. Oh, I would like that. Matthews holds the zone. Marner with it now. Marner stapled to the boards, and McMahon can't hold the zone. Sports analysis. Hey, Sens fans, you can be happy about the lead, but scoreboard mofos, 3-0. Get ready to burn your jerseys. Matthews, puck taken off him, and Marner can't get it. This is a 4-on-2 for Ottawa. Ridley Gregg stops up for help. Michael Amadio. Oh, great play from Matthews. Get it up the ice, Austin. No, they're going to change. Carlo to Riley. Holmberg is out there now. Holmberg, great move. Shoot it. Doesn't get the shot off. And he loses the puck, in fact, to Perron. Gets it back. It's Domi. Riley shoots into the glove of Linus Ullmark with 8:57 to go in the third. From Nathan Fisher. Hey, Steve, wife and I just had a baby boy named Matthew. Hey, congrats. Should his first jersey be a Nyes jersey or a Matthews one? Love the stream. I'm going to say Nyes, and I'll tell you why. Less letters. And he'll be playing still when the kid grows up. Anything, Drew? Hey. Do you beauties love playoff hockey? I bet you do. I bet you do. Then let me remind you that SportChek is your destination to gear up for playoff season, which is now. And hey, if you're in Etobicoke or the Greater Toronto area, SportChek has opened a new concept store like you've never seen before in Etobicoke on North Queen Street. They're hosting a grand opening weekend on May 3rd and 4th. That is very, very soon, and you should check it out. It's going to be featuring Coach Chippy, Hockey Benders, and Chris Boucher from the actual Raptors, a.k.a. Slim Duck, a.k.a. NBA champion Chris Boucher. SportChek. That's who these watch-alongs are brought to you by. They are beauties. And we are going to be recording a Steve Dangle podcast tomorrow from the SportChek at Maple Leaf Square. What will be the contents of that show? We'll have to wait and see. We don't know yet. Shout out to anyone who might be watching the stream after a spa day in Gatineau. Puck is about to be dropped. Clock ticking down on the Leafs' time to tie it. There's still lots of time, but there is about to be not lots of time. 5 Nichols says, where is playoff Nylanderer? Do you mean Nylanderthal? He needs to turn into the Nylanderthal. Tavares gets it to McMahon, shovels it wide. McMahon, he's still there. He's still there. In front, Tavares, stopped by Ullmark. Headlock by Stutzle. And Tkachuk pushing him for good measure. 8:42 to go in the third. The shots are 22. Sorry, they just took a shot away. 21-14 for the Leafs. Man, that was a great chance for McMahon. Stays with it. Tavares, stopped by Ullmark. Keep this line together. They're cooking. That was good. That was good. Nothing against Holmberg, but he brings something to the team, and it ain't offense. He's a good player. Energetic. Hustler. Tavares on the draw in the O-zone. Sens win it. Shabbat. Up the ice. Brady Tkachuk. He's going into the corner. Takes down Chris Tanev. Jake McCabe ties him up. Tkachuk has the entire Leaf shutdown pair busy right now. Brady chance in Ottawa. Leafs. Oh, good stick there from Dylan Cousins, but the Leafs recover. Send it up the ice. Almost a break for Nylander. Shoots. Oh, that might have grazed the blue paint. Huge hit from Simone Benoit. Holy crap. He leveled whoever that was. Who was that? Ekman Larson around to Benoit. No penalty, by the way. to Pacioretty. When I saw that hit, I immediately thought it was Pacioretty. Someone call Skynet. We need the McManinator. Oh! Martin Polo turnover! Oh! Stop by Allmark! The Sens clear it. Boy, the Leafs are knocking on the door. 7:30 to go in the first period. They collect it in their own zone. Domi hits it out of reach of himself. Huge stops from Allmark and the Sens decor. 7:15 to go in the third. Riley chugga around the net. Matthews. On! Oh, almost gets it to Nyes. That wasn't on. I'm just losing my mind. Riley. On! Blocked by Zetterlund. Cousins. Not stripped. He dumps it. Riley. Being hassled by Amadio. Amadio. Greg can't center it. Someone's lost their stick. Shabbat. That's wide. Pinto. Fourth line is out there for the Leafs. Jensen at the blue line. Hands it off to Greg into the corner. Battle for it. Greg comes out with it. Nyes has been out there for some time. Shabbat into the corner. The Sens keen to waste some time here. There's Pinto. That doesn't make it on. Greg, soft shot is stopped by Stolarz, and we will get at least a line change here, although it is a D-zone draw for the Leafs. 6:08 to go in the second. Robert Bett, some facts about Howie Meeker. Thank you, from earlier. He joined CBC in 68 and retired in 87. God, that's an unbelievable save from Allmark. And joined the Canucks as a broadcaster. WW2 vet. Served as an MP in 1951 while still playing for the Leafs. Calder winner in 46. Assisted on the winning goal in 67. Hockey Hall of Fame in 98. And GM and coach of the Leafs. Goodness gracious. And Allmark was due for a save like that. I agree. Leafs with it in their own end. Under 6 minutes to tie it here. Benoit. McMahon. Sens turn the Leafs around. Leafs cheating for offense a little bit here. OEL up the ice. McMahon drops it for Tavares. Drives the net, shoots! Stopped by Allmark. Tavares has probably had the best chances. Nylander. We need a Nylanderthal performance. OEL! What a feed from the Nylanderthal! And the Leafs, with 5:29 to go in the third, tie this game at 3. Oliver Ekman-Larsson with his second of the series. Oh, this line has been cooking. And I have a hard time believing whatever game is next for the Leafs that they're not together again. Nylander over to OEL. And Allmark can't get over to that. Oh, he got a piece of it, too. The Leafs tie it. Big Selly from the bench. I know, that's the 5th goal, right? From a Leafs defender this series through 4 games. I don't think the Leafs scored 5 goals from their decor all season. McCabe, speaking of, jumps up. In front! Lorentz! Oh! That ran off a stick. Yarncroke spins, fires, rebound. No one gets to it. Wes Richard gifted 5 SDPN memberships. Thank you, you friggin' beauty. It's in the neutral zone. Under 5 minutes to go in this tied third period. Oh, Lorentz taken down. Typical ex-Canuck getting hot somewhere else. Yo. He hasn't been great all season, but he's definitely had times, and he's been great in these playoffs. Dylan Cousins rings it around the boards in the Leaf zone. Carlo back there, Riley back there, Domi back there with Pacioretty and Holmberg. Along the half wall, shot from Shabbat from the point, that goes wide. Holmberg after it. New look third line. Oh, Sens at the side of the net. Pacioretty Sends it down the ice. Is that going to be icing, though? Yep. 4:07 to go in the third. Not great. Sens, I imagine, are going to get Stutzle, Tkachuk, and I think Batherson is the third member of that unit out there. We will see. Maybe Pinto. It is Giroux to take the draw. Leafs win it, though. Pacioretty gets it out, and he'll change. Short change in the third period. Thank goodness for that. 4 minutes to go in the third. 5,800 of you in here. Click like. Welcome to the SDPN Watch Along, brought to you by SportChek. I'm Steve Dangle. Click like, click subscribe. Tell all your friends. Sanderson rings it around the boards. McCabe with it. Not the greatest breakout for the Leafs, but it's in the send zone. On the stick of Jake Sanderson. Go Leafs, go. Do it for GM Jesse Blake. I agree. Are you in? I am. Jake Sanderson, that rides up. Chris Tanev's stick and out of play. 3:25 to go in the third period. That is now tied at 3. Drew. Yeah, he's upset. It's not an anti-Leaf thing. Yeah, it's an anti-overtime thing. Buddy, there's a decent amount of time left in this game. 3:25? There's a decent amount of time left in the third period here. Francois Labelle watched Adam's stream yesterday for the first time. Habs win. Just got on your stream. Leafs tie. Am I one of the hockey gods? Stick around and find out, Francois. You were pretty good luck in game 3. Now we swing the axe for the kill shot. Go Leafs go, says James David Atkinson. I've almost figured out my caffeine for these streams. I had 2 coffees for game 3. Like I had a coffee in the morning and then a coffee about an hour before the game. That was way too much. I thought my heart was going to explode. Today I had an espresso, which is more caffeine concentrated, but an espresso is less caffeine than a coffee overall. That's been okay. I'm still kind of losing it. So I'm kind of wondering, I might not need caffeine for the game. So caffeine, Drew, and I learned this, caffeine isn't what gives you energy. It's adrenaline. Caffeine tricks your body into giving you adrenaline, which is why you have the crash, because you're not putting energy into you. You're just using the energy already in your body quicker. The more you know. Science. Whoop-dee says Marner top cheese to end the game. I would like that. Leafs win the D-zone draw. It's the 4th line. I'm loving my axe arc way too much. Yes, you are, James. But I like it. Leafs offside. Anyone else sad about Stoller's save percentage taking a huge hit tonight? Nope. Win the game. I don't care if it's 7-6. Batherson behind the Leafs net. Stapled. Lot of battling along the boards in this game. Lawton. Does he get it to Matthews? He does. Matthews gets it to Lorentz. Are they just double shifting Matthews? Is that what's going on here? I think it is. 2:50 to go in the third. McCabe with it in his own end. Gives it to Benoit. McCabe up the ice. Out of the reach. But the ref says no icing. Sanderson collects it in his own end. Yeah, held by Tavares. McMahon, Tavares, both on it. Tavares, great work there. Willie complaining about a high stick. Meanwhile, there's a loose puck. Come on, bud. Tkachuk with it in his own zone. Sends it through the neutral zone to Stutzle. Sens might be offside here. But right now, it's in the offensive zone. Giroux. Sanderson floats that on. Doesn't hit the net. McMahon gets it out of the reach of Nylander, and Ullmark will cover it up with 2:05 left in the third. Dr. Dangle sharing knowledge, says Leafy Erickson. Yes. I got that from a comic, and I forget the name of the comic. But like they make their whole personality coffee. Someone will put it in the chat. Someone knows exactly what I'm talking about. Speaking of the chat, 6,000 people watching right now. Matthews, offensive zone faceoff, loses it to Giroux, who has been not a high percentage faceoff winner, but he's won some pretty clutch ones. Riley into the corner to get it with Giroux on him. Riley rings it around. Nyes there. Nyes collects. Nyes gets it out. Marner to Matthews, taken down by Grigg. No call. 1:40 to go in the third. We need Benoit and OT to cement the legend. That would be psychotic. 1:30 to go in the third. It is 3-3 tied. 24-14 of the shots in favor of the Leafs. Domi through the neutral zone. Gets it to Pacioretty. Pacioretty drives around the Sens net. In front for Domi. Domi is stopped by Ullmark. Holmberg has to scramble back now. McCabe lines up his man. I don't know about going for a hit right now. Tanev had Zetterlund on him. Had to get rid of it to McCabe. McCabe around to Tanev. Under a minute to go in the third. There's still time for either of these teams to score. Bring out the Benny, says Robert Bett. Oh, baby. Do we go to overtime for a third straight game? Do the Sens extend the series or do the Leafs close it out? Sanderson is on Steven Lorentz. Lorentz gets it to OEL at the point. Bombed on from OEL. That doesn't go on. OEL into the slot. Shot from Lawton. That doesn't make it on. Lorentz to Benoit, who is out there. OEL. Lawton. There's bodies in front. Not deflected by Yarncroke. Benoit. Lorentz. OEL. Under 10 seconds to go. Yarncroke can't get that through. Throw it in front. Lorentz. And for the third straight game, with apologies to producer Drew, the Battle of Ontario heads to overtime. We are one goal away from knowing if the Sens force a game 5 or if the Leafs move on to the second round. Leafs with some really good chances there in the third. Probably could have done better than one goal, but they didn't. Some big saves both ways. We're going to overtime for the third straight game. Love it. Unless you're producer Drew. Francois Labelle gifted 5 SDPN memberships. Merci beaucoup et bienvenue to our new member of the Hockey Gods. Norm Can't Shoot says, suck it, Drew. Domi redemption in OT. I would take that. I would take the Domi redemption in OT. Bring back Steve's overtime beer. I don't think we're doing that. There's a reason Chris Cuthbert doesn't drink beer on stream. Put it that way. It legitimately makes it harder to do my job. It's tasty, it's delicious, but no. Sorry, but not sorry, Drew. This is what we live for. Last time the Leafs won a series, we won 3 games in OT. Well, oh yeah, now I'm trying to think of this. So when they beat the Lightning, I know Tavares got one, Kerfoot got one. Did Nyes have one? I know he had one against Boston. Maybe it was Nyes. McCabe and Tanev are like a big, comfy, warm safety blanket on the back end. I absolutely love them. Dude, they're awesome. And it's funny because it makes it so that when Riley and Carlo go out there, I'm like, oh, they have them too. Third straight OT. Are you not entertained? I am. Give me another Benny Hop in OT. I will take it. Austin Bayless. It's okay, guys. We're going to OT. Benoit about to earn his third nickel. Oh, man. Drew's like, should I put $5 on a Benoit overtime goal? That would get you like $1,000. Well, if it's the same odds as last game, it would get you like $1,000. His odds have probably gotten worse, you would think. Zink said it was Riley. Oh, that's right. Riley had the other OT winner. You're right. They had 3 OT winners in 6 games against Tampa. $5 on Benoit wins you 400, says producer Drew. Listen, you do, Drew. D409, you think Sens fans are as anxious as Leafs fans normally are at this stage? I mean, yeah. They've lost 2 games in overtime, and if the Sens score, or rather if the Leafs score, the Sens season is over. If the Sens score, they live another day. Actually, they live another few days, because the gap between game 4 and 5, if there is a gap between game 4 and 5, is 2 days. So today is Saturday, no game Sunday, no game Monday either. We get another game Tuesday as it comes back to Toronto. Benny, drink your milk. My pick for OT, Lorentz for the win. Man, he had a chance there at the end. I do need to grab water. Casey, how good were the Habs and Oilers games last night? I wrote you a haiku. I'm a Caniac, cheering for the Leafs today. We love Happy Steve. I love that. Andrew Van Stone gifted an SDPN membership. And as a Habs fan, I hope you live what we lived in 2021, sweeping the Jets in overtime. I'm just a dude. I'm calling it. Craig Berube put the skates on and score the OT winner himself. Drew, you want to just put up like the minute clock and I'll just be right back? Here we are. In the intermission before overtime. Game 4. Leafs Sens. Leafs with a chance to sweep. Sens with a chance to keep their season alive. The Leafs have tied this game twice. Sens opened the scoring with a power play goal. Sens got their first 2-goal lead of the series with a shorthanded goal. Leafs get 2 even strength goals to tie it. Sens take the lead in the third with under 9 minutes to go. I believe it was 8:29 to go. And OEL knots the thing up with a 1-T from a dart of a pass from Nylander. And here we are in OT for the third straight game. Sends an OT, Stutzle goal, game 5 back in Toronto from the chat. I disagree. I strongly disagree. I'm tweeting out. I love that you're all here, but I'm trying to get more people to join the party. Tweeting out that overtime is about to begin, and if anyone wants to join in on this SDPN watch along brought to you by SportChek, they are welcome to. Who do we got? Who do we got, friends? Where's the money, Lebowski? Steve Dangle here. SDPN YouTube channel. Click like, click subscribe. Tell all your friends. Don't make fun of me for dancing. See, the thing with sitting still and having adrenaline absolutely coursing through your body is it feels like you're not moving enough, so you move a lot. Atomic says, if it's the Sens, Tkachuk. If it's the Leafs, Matthews. I have a feeling. Write it down. I'll give you a moment to get a pen. Bobby McMahon. Ty Smith says, open a pack of cards. That is a great idea. I don't have any more. Welcome to SDP VIP Plumpy Dumpy. Sick name. Man, that goal from David Perron was such a sick pass from Artem Zub. They're just showing all the replays right now. They're showing deflections from other series as well. Tim M, today is awesome. First time since 1967 that at the start of the NFL draft, all teams had their original pick. Holy crap, really? Watch the Leafs up 3-0 with you and my friend Tom Grossi make a pick at the draft for the Packers. Really? Wow. Zinc 573. Thank you for the 5 gifted SDPN memberships. If you got one of those memberships off of Zinc, say thank you. Say danke. Say dankeschön. Say merci. Say gracias. Say grazie. Habs game last night was nuts. That Wilson Anderson kerfuffle on the bench was crazy. Did you spell kerfuffle right? It looks like it's spelled kerflaffle. Kerfuffle. I like it. Get ready. Here comes Benoit, as I told you. That would be insane. James David Atkinson, I want to ax Linus one question. Axed by 23. Love that. Chris Tanev for the OT winner. Love that. Wearing my JT jersey. You know why. Manifesting. Next super chat I send will be a limerick. When you read it out, you better get the rhythm right. Ooh. Benny and Domi for the 1-2 punch in OT. That would be insane. Nathan R. Welcome to SDP VIP. We're getting the VIP treatment. All these overtimes. Right, Drew? Right, producer Drew? You loving this? Perron if it's the Senators. Marner if it's the Leafs. Go Leafs, go. Francois Labelle, no, I can't spell. That's okay. Me neither. C'est dommage. Oh, well. Welcome to SDP VIP. The Golden Knights beat the Minnesota Wild in overtime earlier today to tie that series up at 2. Game 4 of Avalanche Stars is about to begin, and producer Drew is very cross that this game is going to overtime. Michael Crowley, Carlo Clapper tip by Willie. Ooh. I also accept Brady own goals. Ooh. I don't know if Brady gets close enough to his own net to do that. David Owens, bar is rocking. All good vibes. Lawton winner. That fourth line is looking very good. Bobby McMahon, that's my pick. Telling you. Hey, over 6,200 of you in this chat. 2,800 likes, not enough. 1 second. Easy, free. Just click like, help the channel. Get us way over. Oh. Okay, what I just said. 6,300 people in the chat, 2,800 likes. Get us over 3,000, please. It helps us out. It takes a second. It's free. It's easy. Please help us. John Acosta, playoff Benny again, eh? Would you rather win tonight or at home? Tonight. I'm not going to the game. I don't give a... Tonight. Michael Bond, Drew only has himself to blame for OT. You know, you did put it out there, man. You did put it out there. Pickleball Pat, need maximum Domi to redeemium himself. I don't think that's a word. Redeemium. Hey, we're over 3,200 likes. That's amazing. Get it as high as you feel in your heart, please. For all the caca he takes, it just has to be Mitch to close it, says, oh, well. That would be incredible. That would be, I mean, dude, any Leaf. Do you realize any Leaf who scores the OT winner tonight will have their life changed? Like, Steve Thomas is still talked about. Corey Cross is still talked about. Gary Roberts is still talked about. Matt Sundin is obviously still talked about. I'm trying to think of all the guys who have had OT winners in the Battle of Ontario. Dude, Simone Benoit has been a hero in this fan base for 2 days. Max Domi. And I'm thinking Marner for game-winning goal just got off work. We're doing this again. Yes, we sure are. And the puck is about to be dropped on overtime. In overtime. Steve Dangle here, SDPN YouTube channel. Click like, click subscribe. Tell all your friends. This is the SDPN Toronto Ottawa Watch Along brought to you by SportChek. It's Latin Maximus Redeemium. There's not enough blood in my brain right now to know what you're talking about. Sens win the opening faceoff of overtime. Official shots on goal are 26-14 for the Leafs. But the Sens have chipped away. The 14 makes it seem like they've been awful. They haven't. Leafs have just done a good job getting in front of it. Nice. Waiting for reinforcements. Nylander. Quick change for the Leafs here in overtime. Nylander taken into the boards. Gets the puck back. Goes around. Tavares taken down in front, and he's hurt. Nylander. Or McCabe on. There's a rebound. Tavares still hasn't gotten up. Get up. That would have been game over. If Tavares is up and able to play that puck, it's game over. It's series over. Now the Sens have it in the Leafs end. On, that goes wide. Zach Diamond, welcome to SDP VIP ad free. Puck behind the net. Yarncroak. On, whoa, that goes wide. Only a minute into this overtime. Tkachuk. In front, ooh! It's into the corner now. Yarncroak, can't get it out. Tanev. Oh my God, I feel a tingle in my hands. Intercepted behind the net. Dylan Cousins tries to put it in front. Can't. Now he does. On. Stopped by Stolers. There is no rebound. 18:40 to go in the first overtime. If the Sens score, does it start to creep in? No. Hi, Steve. I'm a listener of 11 years. Now started listening when I was in middle school, and now I teach them. Oh my God. Go Leafs, go. Let's do this, boys. Oh, Tavares got smoked in the head by Artem Zub. That's brutal. Another sign that this is the year. 1967 is a special time. Who's your NFL team? Also, my pick is Carlo. I like when the Bills win because I like when Drew is happy. Face off in the Leafs zone. Leafs win it. Marner up the ice for Nyes. Up the right side. Gets around Zub. Into the high slot. No one there. Michael Amadio takes it the other way with speed. To Greg. Greg in front. Whoa, that took a few bounces, but none of them into the net. Nyes to Matthews. Matthews carrying it. Matthews shoots. Whoa! Into the shoulder of Ullmark, who holds onto it in the glove. Windwalker, first overtime. Don't say that. Now, I've been saying that all series. So don't you go calling me names. $7,000 you in here to watch overtime. Welcome to the SDPN YouTube channel. Click subscribe, click like, tell all your friends. Please click like. Face off in the send zone. It's Willie taking the draw. He's out there with Pacioretty and Domi by the looks of it. It's at the point. On. Oh! Almost bounce off Jensen and in. It goes wide. Tavares has gone to the dressing room. Unacceptable miss from the officials. I accidentally clicked off my feed. Okay, it's back. Pacioretty rings it around. Turnover. Nylander. It's behind the Sens net. Nylander tries to send it to the point. Nylander has it still. To Pacioretty. He doesn't get it. Shabbat has it as he leads the rush out. Handled by Zetterlund. Nylander gets it in his own end. He stepped his game up. He carries it. It's a long change in overtime. Lawton chasing Tim Stutzle in the Sens end. If we go to second OT, this is also Drew's fault. I agree. Clevin through the neutral zone. Onto the stick of Benoit. Gives it to Yarncroke. Yarncroke gets it deep. 3 minutes into overtime here. Stutzle has the puck taken off him by Matthews. Berube doing jumping jacks with this roster right now with Tavares in the dressing room. No icing here as it's back in the send zone. Marner chasing after Clevin. I hate your team, but GG's to whoever wins. That's fair. Carlo doesn't let it go. Marner gets it behind his own net. Being chased by Pinto. Marner up the ice. Riley. Holmberg. McManimal shoots into the pads of Ullmark. Where is it? They blow it dead. 16-18 to go in overtime. And now it's your limerick. A puck in the net from an angle. Here's to a happy Steve Dangle. We have our belief it will be a Leaf, and Tkachuk's face will be mangled. How'd I do? Holmberg was nearly a hero there. Geez, McMahon was almost a hero. Ullmark nearly put that thing in his own net, is what happened. That thing was probably going wide, and he almost put it in. Face off in the send zone. Holmberg out there with Nylander and McMahon. No word on Tavares yet. He's gone to the dressing room. Concussion spotter probably forced him, according to Craig Simpson. Sends in front! No one there. They have it at the point. Giroux on. Blocked wide. Nylander can't get that. Oh, good stick by OEL. Does he get it out? He does not. Jensen with it at the point. Tkachuk with it behind the net. He tries to throw it in front. Tkachuk with it behind the net again. Tries it again. Nylander airmails it into the neutral zone. McMahon is after it. He's going to get first on this puck. I pressed off it again. Oh, my God. Sends with it in the neutral zone. I keep touching the space bar. I'm going to move my keyboard here. High stick, and the Leafs are going to get a penalty, or rather, the Leafs are going to get a power play. Batherson gets the high stick up on Tanev, and the Leafs will go to the power play in overtime. What a break. I mean, he practically picked Tanev's nose with his stick. I mean, and Tanev lost the puck as a result. You have to call it. I know it's overtime. Batherson doesn't even fight it. And now he's in the box. And Tanev's saying, hey, I'm bleeding. And he's bleeding pretty good. And he just nodded his head. Is it 4? Double minor! It's a 4-minute penalty. The Leafs have a 4-minute power play here in overtime of Game 4 with a chance to ice the series. Wow. Yeah, Tanev's bleeding pretty decent. Now, who goes out there? Because Tavares is in the dressing room. Riley will draw in. $15:23 to go in OT. Click like, click subscribe, tell all your friends. Welcome to the STPN YouTube channel. Matthews wins the draw. Riley at the point. Riley to Willie. Willie to Riley. Riley to Willie. They got lots of time here. Willie down low. Matthews! That one goes wide. Oh, they got the play they wanted, though. That was Marner behind the net. Riley holds the line. Riley with it again. Playoff Morgan Riley to Mitch Marner. Marner gets around Pinto. Centers it. Willie in his feet. Tried to leave it for Marner. Sens get rid of it. Oh, no, Marner holds the line. How? Nyes is going to leave the net to go get it. The Leafs not able to get there in time. They're going to try this again. Nyes takes down his man. No call. Willie. Nyes! Stopped by Ullmark. Nyes. Riley. Matthews. Nyes is in front. Marner. You got to score here, lads. 2:45 to go in this power play. Marner on. Deflected by Nylander. Rebound in front. Oh, Matthews almost buries it. Matthews. Willie tries to chip it up. It doesn't work. Off the back of the net. Willie in front. Riley gets it. 2:25 to go. Shot! Stopped by Ullmark. Can Pinto get rid of it? He does. I wonder if the top unit stays out there. Revenge for JT Karma. How leafy would a shorthanded loss be right now? Shut your mouth. Riley. Max Domi through the neutral zone. McCabe is out there. Pacioretty. McMahon has it. To Ekman-Larsson. McCabe. Ekman-Larsson. Domi driving in front. Doesn't hit a stick. OEL on. Where is it? Oh, it hits off the back of the net. Sens clear it. 1:40 to go in this Leafs power play. Andre, welcome to STP VIP. Ekman-Larsson taking it up the ice. 90 seconds to go in this Leafs power play. Willie, top unit, is out there again. Nyes driving, thinks better of it. Gets it to the point. Into the corner. No one's there. 1:20 to go. And the Sens will send it down the ice. 1:15. Pinto has it. I don't think he had Greg with him. Riley. 1:07 to go in the power play. Marner to Nyes. Behind the net. He chases after it. Matthews gets to it first. Nyes battling for it. Nyes skates to it. Nyes to the point. Riley moves it over to Nylander. Nylander across for Marner. I think Marner and Mitch would rather be on opposite sides, and they switch. Willie with it. Willie off the end boards to Marner. Marner behind the net with the puck. In front, shovels it into the equipment of Ullmark with 31 seconds to go in this power play. Guys on both sides look gassed. Sens fans wanted a penalty on Nyes there for his hit on Pinto. And Nyes almost, imagine if Nyes ends the series. Oh, geez. Greg. Oh, off the post. Jeez. That hit the knob of the stick. Marner, a Michigan to win the series would have been insane. Click like, click subscribe, tell all your friends. Craig Berube has taken a timeout here to keep the top line on the ice, top unit on the ice. This also stretches the amount of time passed, and maybe Tavares can rejoin this game. Because Tavares, yeah, I am worried about the Tavares concussion issues for sure. I mean, it's a terrible non-call. No Benoit is a crime. Putting Benoit on that power play would have been psychotic. Very funny, but psychotic. 33-15 of the shots for the Leafs. Good grief. 31 seconds left in this power play in overtime of game 4. And I will call it the first overtime. Willie is going to take this draw, try to win it back. I assume to Morgan Riley. He does. Riley can't get to it. It's out of his reach. 25 seconds to go as the Leafs need to regain the zone. Marner. Over to Matthews. In his feet, kicks it into the corner. Matthews tries to steal it off Sanderson. Zub gets it around Marner. 10 seconds. And now, Sens get it down the ice. Biggest penalty kill of the season for the Ottawa Senators, bar none. Marner finds a streaking Scott Laughton. Oh, 6 shots on that power play too. Yarncroke with it. Marner still out there. He's going to switch off now. Laughton to Yarncroke. Lorenz out there now. Laughton and Yarncroke doing the digging though. Yarncroke comes out with it. Gets it to the point. It's Benny. The puck is chopped. And now it's 2-on-2. 3-on-2. Send center it. Oh, stop by Stolars. 10:44 to go in this first OT. Whoa. The problem with only facing 16 actual shots on goal for Stolars is it's 16 really good shots. 9,000 people watching this live. Please click like. Click subscribe. Tell your friends. SDPN YouTube channel. I'm Steve Dangle. This is brought to you by SportChek. Tomorrow we are going to be recording the Steve Dangle podcast at the SportChek at Maple Leaf Square. Second floor. D-zone draw. Laughton will take this. Dylan Cousins gets kicked out. Brady Tkachuk will take this for the Sens. Laughton wins it. McCabe plays it to Tanev. Lorenz. Picked off in the neutral zone by Brady Tkachuk. He gets it in deep. Tanev hands it off to McCabe. Zetterlund in there. Into the neutral zone. Hand pass on the Sens. Nathan Rossi, welcome to SDP VIP ad free. If the Leafs win due to this, imagine the Sens fans crying, oh, I wish I read this before the power play. It's got to be Matthews, got to be. Get ready for the wambulance. Unfortunately, no ambulance yet. 10:24 to go in this first overtime period. It's just as luck would have it, Drew, that this is the longest overtime of the series so far. Well, not so far. It's going to be. So Domi has taken this face off at center ice. He's got Nylander and McMahon. Tavares has still not returned to this game. Puck behind the Sens net. Stretch pass to Brady. Zetterlund shoots into the glove of Stolars, but this will be another D-zone draw for the Leafs. Let's get over 4,000 likes, please. Pretty please. Takes a second. It's free. Easy. Great glove save, Stolars. 10:09 to go in this first overtime. Matthews is going to take this D zone draw. It's the top line for the Leafs. Sens come up with it. It's Ridley Gregg. He drives the net. Where's the puck? Sanderson. Oh, I think that might have gone off the butt of Stolar's stick. Zub cycles it. Tanev's not going to get to that. Sanderson on, stopped by Stolar's. 9:48 to go in overtime. Go Leafs, go. I want some sleep. Budnick, welcome to SDP VIP ad free. D-zone draw. Stolar's is... There's no commercial breaks in overtime, but it looks like... Oh, the ice crew comes out mid-period. I mean, Zub just UFC elbows Tavares right in the head. Yeah, so Drew, we're talking about the rule. Concussion spotter takes you out, you have to leave. You do, but I was under the impression it's only for 15 minutes of real time. But that's 15 minutes of real time unless you actually have a concussion. Yeah, you have to pass the test. Maybe Tavares failed. Oh, Willie. Oh, nice. Oh, the Leafs had so many chances to end this thing. Sens have had a couple chances too. Stolar's with the save. 9:48 to go in overtime. And there's John Tavares returning to the Leafs bench, returning to the ice. Takes a little twirl. He wasn't out there for the power play, but he's back out there now. Steve Dangle here. SDPN YouTube channel. Click like, click subscribe. Tell all your friends. This watch along for Toronto, Ottawa. Toronto, Ottawa. It's brought to you by SportChek. We're going to be recording the Steve Dangle podcast tomorrow at the SportChek M Maple Leaf Square. Face off in the Leaf zone. It's Lawton to take the draw and Tkachuk. Lawton. It's a scrum draw. Stutzle might win. Was that a bird that just flew by the camera? Lawton off the glass, not out. Another Leaf is down. It's Benoit. He gets up. Tkachuk is just knocking down everybody behind the play. Leafs get it out. OEL thought about it. Decided for defense. Nothing wrong with that decision. Lorentz to Benoit. Cycled for Yarncroke. Clevin gets to it. Yarncroke collects it. 9-10 to go in overtime. 33-18 are the shots for the Leafs. 3-3 is the score in this first overtime. Leafs score. They move on to the second round. Sens score. They guarantee game 5. Willie tries to get it to Pacioretty. Let me get this mouse off the screen. I thought it was the puck. Perron to Zetterlund. Stolar's out of the net to play it. Where is it? Perron collides. Riley. Difficult pass to Nylander. Carlo. Riley. Through the neutral zone. Pacioretty. Tavares takes his first shift. And it ends. Matthews. Oh. Stolarz collects it behind his own net. 8:15 to go in this first overtime. Riley taking his time. Carlo. Nice. Gets it to Marner. Marner and Matthews. Matthews shoots. Oh, just wide. It's in the neutral zone. Tanev collects it as the Leafs defense changes. Tanev to McCabe. Back to Tanev. Up the ice to Nyes. Just get it across the blue line, but the Sens collect it in their own end. Amadio. Back into the possession of Jake McCabe. 7:40 to go in overtime. Marner can't handle that. Matthews. Oh, the Leafs. I don't know if they were offside there. Marner tries to get Domi, turns it over. He gets it back to Domi. Marner joining this rush. Oh, Domi Beat Olmark, but not the net. McMahon is out there with Domi in the corner battling for the puck. McMahon from his knees to OEL. Cycled for Domi. Had his stick tied up. Benoit trying to keep it active. Shabbat has it in his own end and airmails it. That's got to be icing. It is. 6:58 to go in the first overtime. I had an insane workout yesterday. And I would love to know if my heart beat more during this overtime or that workout. Colorado up 1-0, Drew. Shorthanded. Ozone draw, Sens win it. Ring it around to Brady Tkachuk, who dumps it. Executed to perfection. Stoller's out of his net to play it. Up the ice to Marner. Off the boards, tries to get it to Nyes. He'll chase Artem Zub and hammer him. Matthews in there, doesn't get the puck. Sends through the neutral zone. Sanderson harassed by Marner. On net. Rebound. Oh, the Sens can't collect it. Marner, it's in his feet. Marner. Oh, my goodness, what a play to collect it. Blockered to the side by Olmark. Got back and game is still on. Hell yeah. Yes, Cassie, it is. Games like this are why I have an aspirin lick. What is an aspirin lick? Are you a horse? What? An aspirin lick? Here comes Drake Batherson. Like a sugar cube? Anyway, Tavares in his own end. McMahon behind the back pass to Nylander. Great to see this line reunited. They were great in the back half of this game. Nylander, Benoit! Oh, blocked. That would have been unbelievable. Giroux on. Stopped by Stolers. Nylander to the McManimal. On. Hits the outside of the post. Jensen, clever pass to Clevin. LOC, baby. Is that LOC or IOC, Heather? I don't know what that means. Riley, gain center. Oh, LOC, Logan O'Connor. Thank you. You're at the Avs game. Cousins dumps it. Where's the Costco gravy guy? I know. We need Speedy V. Riley, good move around his men. The Sens get it back. Nick Cousins. That goes through everything. Motten Paulo. Oh, good job from Lorentz. Sens still have it. They have it behind the net. Perron. Sends at the point. Shabbat. Motten Paulo. That goes wide. Shabbat. Riley. Oh, boy. Adam Gaudette with it. Zub, his stick shatters. And the Leafs, can they take advantage of it? They just don't have the legs. They don't have the numbers. Riley can't get it deep. He flubs it. It's 3-on-3. Going the other way now. Stopped by Stolers. Pacioretty in the Leafs corner. Gets it into the neutral zone, but the Sens have it. Tav with the Korea-like concussion game winner? Maybe. Holmberg takes it off at Tkachuk. Here come the Leafs. Max Pacioretty flubs it. Although he does take down his man. Brady Tkachuk gets it in deep. Tanev, hard around the boards. Real good hard around the boards. Pacioretty gets it deep, and that line will change. I really want the Leafs to win, but will the time off hurt or help them? No, you always want to win in as few games as possible. Stop it. Stutzle attacking. Marner after it in his own end. Leafs attack with 4. Nyes. Matthews. Shot! Matthews! Off the side of the net. Matthews around. OEL collects it at the point. Back into the corner. Sens get it. I don't think they were able to clear. Marner with it. Oh, good work from, I believe that's Michael Amadio. OEL up the ice. It's out of reach. That shouldn't be icing, though. They call it icing. That was an easily playable puck. 3:02 to go in this first overtime. I don't agree with that call. I felt like Zub could have got to it, or was that Jensen? It's a really back and forth OT, Drew. Yes, I'm absolutely wired like someone's trying to kill me, and I'm exhausted. 3:02 to go in overtime. Leafs top line out there in the D zone. Sens win it. Shabbat. It's behind the net. OEL on Batherson. Matthews helping out big time. Benoit collects it. And the Leafs will have to get a change here. Benoit up the right side of the ice, just like he was in Game 2 overtime on the Domi winner. Marner collects it. Marner to the McManimal. Bobby McMahon speeds around the net. Stapled by Shabbat. Great job by Shabbat. Great player, man. 2:30 to go in this first overtime. Clevin. Oh, stopped by Stolers. Cheeky little chip. Leafs. Not able to clear the zone. That's Jake Sanderson. And he scores the distance goal through a screen. And the Sens force Game 5 nearly 18 minutes into a spectacular overtime in Game 4 on just their 21st shot of the game. Would have been really, really nice to win it tonight. Would have been really, really nice to finish this series tonight. But too many mistakes. Leafs played with fire and it burned them. And we will get a Game 5 on Tuesday. Man, he picked the corner perfectly. This thing barely even looked like it went in. Will this be the last time Sens fans get to see their team? If they win Game 5, no. No, that's obviously in. Clevin, that was a clever little thing. Oh, yeah, it went straight in. I don't think Stoller saw it around Carlo. I know. It's a dart of a shot. Oh, that got deflected. Did that hit Riley's stick? Oh. No, I don't think that hit a thing. Handcuffed him. They won't die. Cockroaches. Good game, Steve, from Ty Smith. Steve, you're amazing. See you in Game 5. Leafs fans, take your brooms and shove them so far up your closet where the sun don't shine. That's true. The sun doesn't shine in the closet. Do you feel a tiny bit nervous it goes 7? No. Not tonight. Sens win Game 5? Yeah. Again, the Leafs forced Game 5 against Florida in 2023, and no one was like, well, here it comes. Tampa forced Game 5 against Florida last year, and no one was like, well, here it comes. Francois Lebel, so I'm not a hockey god? Guess not. It was 3-0. That's funny. Apologies, guys. I definitely jinxed the Leafs with my tweet. I didn't even see it, and I'm afraid to look. Cheeto. Oh, no, I already read that one. Congrats, Sens fans. You've unlocked Games 5 through 7, Mitch Marner. Congrats on the reverse sweep. Oh, stop it! Nicholas, they just wanted to scare you. Game 5 equals 7-0 Leafs. Yo, I would gladly take that. As a Flyers fan and Dangled Navy lifer, I'm happy the Leafs are doing well, but sad for Giroux. Well, don't feel sad for him tonight. Missed most of the game. Who's had the comeback? The Leafs had the comeback. They just weren't able to. They didn't lead this game for a moment. Guess I get to ask a few more questions. Yes, you do, James. Yeah, don't score in a double minor power play in overtime. You're asking for trouble. Yep. Can teach skill, but can't teach killer instinct. Oh, dude. That is going to be a narrative. And I hate it. I hate it. They won 2 games in overtime to get here. They were down 2-0, tied it. Down 3-2, tied it. Had 6 shots on that power play, by the way. Like, Ullmark, this was hands down his best game of the series. He stole it for them. Go and look at the shots. The Sens, I'm not saying, the Leafs got goalied. No. But it was undeniably Ullmark's best game of the series. Yes, Sens. Does the game end entirely differently if Tavares isn't elbowed in the head before the power play? Yes, the game ends before the power play. Tavares was down on the ice. The puck bounces off the end boards, and he's alone in front. He buries that. He would have scored. I bet the farm on it, which is easy for me to do because I don't own a farm. But you got a double minor. You got the power play. You can complain about, the one thing happening, and believe me, I will. But you got a double minor in overtime, buddy. Man, I forgot Jake Sanderson is Jeff Sanderson's son. I just got such a jump scare there. A gentleman's sweep it is. I will take a gentleman's sweep. Chatters who watch without liking caused this loss. I agree. Although we did get 4,300. That's pretty good. Not a Leafs fan, but anyone talking about killer instinct is ridiculous. It is so difficult to get a sweep in this league. If I'm not mistaken, hasn't every team in the playoffs won a game? Because Tampa won today. That was the only other one. Pretty sure that's the only one. This was the only one that might have been a sweep, and it's not. Are you worried that this loss might deflate the Leafs? Nope. Congrats, Sens. You just unlocked Robertson. Maybe. Yo, on home ice? Maybe. I don't think the Leafs lose game 5 on home ice. I don't. You never know. Got to lose 1 to win in 5. Yeah, I did say the Leafs in 6 before this began, so I don't know. This OT cost me 3/4 of a chocolate Easter egg. Like stress eating? Is that what happened? My wife just sent me a pity text. That's how you know it's over. You just knew the loss was coming after failing on the power play. It didn't feel great. So, here's what we're going to do. We're going to wrap. Because Drew has an Avalanche game to watch and I have an LFR to shoot. Drew, anything to do before we wrap up? Canadian Girl 83 gifting 5 STPM memberships. Thank you. Yes, I ate with an axe. Oh, I get it. If only Max didn't in the first period. Yeah, you can't think like that. Like, that's not the reason you lose the game, but it's death by 1,000 cuts. The Leafs made a number of poor decisions in this game, and they still nearly won it. Sorry, Steve. Thought Matthews was going to get it. Dude, he almost did. Hoping the best for y'all in Game 5. Can't wait for LFR. How much wood can an Ottawa Tkachuk? Listen. Win or lose, you like playoff hockey? Then let me remind you that SportChek is your destination to gear up for playoff season. And hey, if you're in Etobicoke or the Greater Toronto area, SportChek has opened a new concept store like you've never seen before in Etobicoke on North Queen Street. I think something happened in the Avalanche game based on Drew's reaction in my ear. SportChek is hosting a grand opening weekend on May 3rd and 4th featuring Coach Chippy, Hockey Benders, and Chris Boucher from the Raptors. SportChek, thank you for sponsoring this watch-along. Drew, what happened? McKinnon scored on the power play. Okay. All I hear is... I needed the laugh. Thank you. Robertson back in the lineup. Take Pacioretty out. You might be right. Simple. Wool and net win. Stolers and net lose. What? All right. That's just rage bait. Tails. Leafs have lost their playoff series in almost every way imaginable, but haven't blown a 3-0 lead yet. Time will tell. Oh, stop. Shout out the SDPN crew for putting on a great show every night. Good luck in Game 5, and go Avs, go. Let's wrap this up. Very good stream tonight. Very good crowd. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you were here with us, and I appreciate that. That is... Oh, and it was Sanderson. No, it was Batherson in the box. Sorry. Steve, focus on what you were doing. That is it for this one. Thank you very much for watching. Click like if you like this stream. Click subscribe if you really liked it. Thank you to SportChek for sponsoring this watch along, and I will see you on Tuesday for Game 5 of the Battle of Ontario, and I will be podcasting with Adam and Jesse tomorrow at the SportChek at Maple Leaf Square.